வணக்கம் அனைவருக்கும்
வணக்கம்.
அன்பு கலந்த மாலை வணக்கம். Good evening everyone. Today we all assembled to participate, to organize, to give a speech and also to listen the speech for virtual global economic summit and the 7th World Tamil Economic Conference. இணைய வழி உலக பொருளாதார உச்சி மாநாடும் 7வது உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாடும் அடாது மழை பிழிந்தாலும் விடாது நாடகம் நடைபெறும் என்று தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரு பழைய மொழி உண்டு. அதை ஒரு 3 வாரங்களுக்கு முன்னால் நமது விஐடி வேந்தர் அவர்கள் என்னிடம் சொன்னார்கள், நீங்கள் அடாது மழை பிழிந்தாலும் விடாது நாடகம் நடத்துவீர்கள் போல் இருக்கிறதே என்று சொன்னார். மழை இல்லை, நம்முடைய உலகத்தையே ஆட்டி பிடித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற கொரோனா. You know very well, all over the world, corona creating issues and problems and loss of many lives, many VIPs, many ordinary, many people died everywhere. Our own friends, Justice A.R. Lakshmanan, our own patron member, our own friend of philosopher gate for our organization, Justice A.R. Lakshmanan passed away. Then our former Indian Bank chairman, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, passed away. Like many other VIPs lost in Chennai and other places. Even though our humanity on the whole world working for to bring medicine, vaccine, now started vaccine in the USA and Europe, and very soon in India also to start vaccine to control, to eradicate corona. Even though we want to survive ourselves, to meet each other, talk each other and share our knowledge each other, and also how to grow ourselves. That is the reason once in a year we used to meet, exchange our views, share our thoughts and resources and wealth each other and grow more on their own field. That is the reason we started this project 2005, and every year we are organizing this project, to conducting a conference, to meeting various people. I'm requesting other co-hosts to admit all the people, many people waiting. So this is the reason we organize this conference. I'm very happy, even though we are all meeting in Zoom via virtual meeting, many VIPs showed interest to participate in this conference. Today's conference, we constituted a committee and we requested Ambassador Magalingam, former High Commissioner of Guyana, to be a chair of this year conference committee. He readily agreed for that committee, and he helped a lot for fixing many VIPs all over the world. And he invited many ambassadors, many diplomats and other professionals in this conference. I'm welcoming our new chairman for this conference, the great man, Ambassador Mr. V. Magalingam, former High Commissioner of Guyana, for this August event. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Vanakkam. Then I'm very happy to welcome our Pondicherry, Puducherry, both the same name, the Chief Minister of Pondicherry, Honorable V. Narayanaswamy. Honorable V. Narayanaswamy is a very seasoned politician, and he served a member of parliament many terms, and he served as a minister in Prime Minister office and many other portfolios in India, and he is successfully very soon completing the first 5-year term of the Pondicherry government. He's a wonderful chief minister. He helped a lot for when we organized a conference in Pondicherry in 2018. The full-fledged support from the Pondicherry government, and he directed all the cabinet colleagues and officials to participate in the conference, and also to support financially, officially, and logistically to conduct the conference. I'm welcoming Honorable Chief Minister Sir to participate in this conference and inaugurate the conference. And also our very, very important VIPs from foreign country. One, the top man, served as a Prime Minister of Guyana, Mr. Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu. He served as a Prime Minister of Guyana for 5 years. He is an attorney, journalist, teacher, social worker, and a seasoned politician in Guyana. When he was a Prime Minister, I visited Guyana, had an opportunity to see many places in Guyana. He is having a Tamil culture and a Tamil language in his mind and in his art and also his action. Wherever Tamil conference and meetings going on, he's always willing to participate without any hesitation. I'm very happy to, when I invited him, he readily agreed. I will give a speech, even though he's not Prime Minister now, he is fully engaged on legal activities. I'm very happy he spent some time to be a special guest of this conference. I am welcoming Mr. Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of Guyana, sir. Vanakkam. Then I am very happy to welcome Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayabri. Paramasivam Vayabri, very near to us, because Mauritius is always a part of our Indian culture, tradition, language, everything. And also, Paramasivam Vayabri is visited many times Chennai. He participated most of the 4 or 5 of our economic conference. He's always supporting our efforts and activities whenever we organize any meetings. I'm very happy, sir. Even though you fixed some other program in this time, you finally agreed to give at least greetings to come in this conference to give a speech for a few minutes. I am very much obliged about your visit, sir. Vanakkam, welcome to this conference, sir. Then I am very happy to welcome Dr. G. Viswanathan. He is our chief patron of our economic conference because he knows what's going on in India, in Tamil Nadu, in the world, through education, through his profession, through his academic activities, political activities, social activities. He's traveling all over the world through his VIT University students, alumni association there, almost 100 countries. So he knows everything. He is our patron. He is readily agreed to participate. He's our special guest. I'm welcoming Dr. G. Viswanathan, Chancellor of the great VIT University, to this conference. Sir, vanakkam, sir. Vanakkam, vanakkam. Welcome. Next, I am very happy to welcome Mr. T.K. Silangovan. He's one of the founder member for Madras Development Society. When we studied together in Presidency College, we started together in the Madras Development Society in 1981. But now he's in active politics, he's a member of parliament, even though we are always inviting our conference. But he will be joining very soon. He's now in Kanyakumari. He will come anytime. Now I am very happy to CM Mandutara. Yes, the Honorable Chief Minister on the way, he will be coming any moment. Even though we started our welcome address, now I am requesting our Mr. P. Magalingam, former High Commissioner of Guyana, will deliver his presidential address. I am requesting before addressing is all the participants, you must listen. This is a Zoom meeting. Everybody should switch off their mic. There is a mic. You have to put a cross code. If you put a mute, automatically it will be mute. Otherwise, sound will come around you, reflect in the screen. Everybody will face problem. So switch off mic, everyone. Number one. Number two, there is no discussion, nothing. Only speakers will deliver the speech. So please listen. Another thing, the speakers also, I'm requesting you. The many speakers are there. everybody should maintain that time limit. This is the request from the organizing side. I am requesting now Mr. Ambassador V. Magalingam will deliver his presidential address.
Hello.
பேசலாம் சார் நீங்க.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear? Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, President of Madras Development Society.
Sir, you have two phones. That is why the sound is coming. Or one phone should go away from you.
Yes,
I have somebody is
okay.
near to you. You ask them to go to next room, or you switch off your mobile. If you switch on the mobile and the computer, it will reflect. It will come some echo.
Done.
Now it's okay. Yes. Only one instrument should on.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Okay.
V.R.S. Sampath. Okay, 1 second. I'll just. Yes, I'm back. Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, Development Society, and convener and the brainchild of the 7th World Tamil Economic Conference and Global Economic Summit 2020. Honorable Chief Minister Puducherry, Mr. Narayanasamy, Honorable Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of Guyana, Honorable Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayaguri, former actor of Mauritius, Dr. G. Viswanathan, former founder and chancellor of VIT University, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. T.K. Selangovan, distinguished speakers and participants in the conference. Good evening to all of you. It has been a great pleasure and privilege to be amongst you today. Today is the first day of the 3-day Global Economic Summit 2020 and the 7th World Tamil Economic Conference. This conference is spread over 5 sessions. This edition of the conference is the first ever conference being held in virtual due to the pandemic situation. The brainchild behind the conference series is Dr. V.R.S. Sampath. Dr. Sampath is a multifaceted person. He is one of the pioneers who went on to become a doctorate in law when many thought Bachelor of Law was enough to become expert in law. Dr. Sampath is also publisher of the popular law journal in Tamil language called Sattakadir. Dr. Sampath is a philanthropist who is always ready to help anyone needing any help in any field. He has a special charm rather to attract people. With his extraordinary public relations, Dr. Sampath has built a network of friends and many lawyers, not only from India, but across the globe. With his charm, Dr. Sampath has built a friendship circle from all walks of life. And Dr. Sampath is a man of all times. Globally, we are at various time zones. When India sleeps, North and South America is awake. Dr. Sampath would never miss a call from He will be awake midnight past till early morning hours. I wonder from where he gets such enormous energy to work such long hours. Dr. Sampath is an extraordinary organizer of events. I think his brain is specially programmed to put together things in a perfect manner. As diplomats, we organize many international conferences and events. We diplomats know how much it takes to organize a conference. And you know, we are always backed by many trained professionals. But Dr. Sampath is a single soul who is in charge of everything And the amazing thing is, numbers every minute details himself. The speed and efficiency with which he organizes conference and events are stunning. Many of us have seen his ability during the previous 6 conferences. Dr. Sampath is a polished diamond, and I would like to recommend to Government of India to adorn this polished diamond by appointing him as ambassador at large for the benefit of the country. Dr. Sampath is a man. Dr. Sampath sorry, the Global Economic Summit 2020 and the 7th Economic Conference has come a long way. On its way, it has gathered critical mass, and today it has become a formidable forum. A former ambassador of India and senior member of the Indian Foreign Service has even called the conference as Davos in the sun, looking at the variety of themes chosen for the conference. Looking back, the first World Tamil Conference was held in Chennai in 2009, second in Dubai in 2011, third again in Chennai in 2016, fourth in Durban in 2017, fifth in Pondicherry in 2018, and the sixth conference in Chennai last year. Unlike the previous conferences, this year conference is in virtual. Initially, it was thought that this year will pass by without a conference, given the so-called new normal situation created by COVID-19. There is a saying by the great Tamil sage Thiruvalluvar, and I quote, "Wisdom is to live in tune with the mode of changing world." Dr. Sampath has thus decided to have a virtual conference and continue the annual event 5th year in succession without a break. Congratulations, Dr. Sampath. For this year's conference, a list of 50 or more themes have been drawn, covering the entire gamut of issues relating to global economic development. Wide-ranging subjects such as agriculture, business, global political environment, banking and finance, education, energy situation, women empowerment, diplomacy, and its role in economic development, COVID-19 and its impact on global future, etc. are covered. This conference provides a platform for bringing together subject experts from all parts of the globe for sharing knowledge and exchange of ideas. The aim of the conference is to make the globe a better place to live through the economic prosperity by sharing the wealth created amongst all the communities with a view to create peace and communal harmony. A lot of deliberations have been made regarding the timing of the conference. Initially, it was thought to have the conference only in the evening sessions. Then it was realized that our friends from East, particularly from Malaysia and Singapore, will find it difficult to participate. Even Indian government has changed its age-old policy of look east to act east. Dr. Sampath therefore took a decision, two morning sessions on the next 2 days. It is indeed a very wise decision, and Dr. Sampath needs to be appreciated for this. This year's conference is totally different from the previous conferences. There are two major reasons for this. One is COVID-19, which has posed an unprecedented crisis to the global economy, and the other is the outcome of American presidential elections. This time, last year, the concept of lockdowns, mask mandates, and social distancing were unknown to us. COVID-19 has caused an economic shock 3 times worse than the 2018 financial crisis, and some say it is comparable to the Great Depression. While there may be a strong impression that lockdown led to deep recession, it may not be all that right. Sweden, which did not lock down, still got severely affected, primarily due to consumer reluctance to spend. The worst affected countries we all know are US, Brazil, and India in terms of mass casualties. After decades of steady progress, COVID-19 in first reversal in the fight against poverty, derailing one of the most important sustained development goals set by the United Nations community. COVID-19 has created a group of new poor, particularly in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Among the countries that have weathered COVID-19 well is China on top, and the other two countries that have done relatively well, South Korea and Taiwan, which did a lot of testing, tracing, and treating. No doubt, COVID-19 has pushed the global economy into a tailspin. There has been deep impact on businesses and jobs, especially of micro and small and medium enterprises around the globe. The worst affected sectors are airline industries, travel and tourism, and entertainment industries. Closing of educational institutions has led to learning crisis. It has further widened the gender inequality as more women have lost their jobs than men. There have been some positivities amidst the doomed situation. Most notable are the reverse migration, that is from urban to rural areas, putting less strain on urban amenities, and the other one is branding India as pharmacy to the world with its proactive assistance to supply medicines to 150 countries. No doubt, almost all the speakers in the conference would focus on the new normal situation created by this COVID pandemic and its impact on the global economy. There is some optimism about V-shaped recovery recently enjoyed by the manufacturing and the U-shaped recovery by services sector, airlines, travel, and entertainment. However, serious concerns have also been raised about the recovery path following W-shape if there is a serious second wave in COVID-19. The only hope to arrest this worrying trend, as Dr. V.R.S. Sampath said, is the administration of COVID-19 vaccine to the entire population at an early period. It is not an easy task to vaccinate the entire global population, and the timeline to achieve this mammoth task may be longer than expected. Some of the speakers will definitely throw better light on this critical issue. In the earlier conferences, the focus was on the 70 million Tamil diaspora spread over 50 countries and 80 million Tamils living in Tamil Nadu. There has been conscious efforts to widen the footprint and make it more inclusive to the entire Indian diaspora and people of all states from India. The recent conferences have also seen enhanced patronage from state governments and central government of India. The past conferences have gained traction over a period of time with the increased participation of policymakers, businessmen, professionals, thinkers, and cultural personalities. I am sure this conference will provide an ideal platform for all to come together to work towards the prosperity and social harmony of not only Tamils and Tamil diaspora, but the entire Indian diaspora and the people of India and also the global community. I wish the conference attains its intended objectives and become a great success. Finally, I would like to thank V.R.S. Sampath for reposing faith in me and entrusting the position of chairman of the conference. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. You given detailed and also to very good information to all the participants, how the conference designed, how achieved the goal, and many things. Thank you. And you taken a chairmanship of this conference committee. Now I'm requesting before requesting the Honorable Chief Minister just arrived in our forum. Our Honorable Chief Minister is a very seasoned politician, member of Parliament many times, and he served as a minister in a Prime Minister department, and also he is completing 5-year tenure of the Pondicherry government, and he is very active public personality and social worker, political leader, many other things, and also is a leading advocate. Because he helped a lot for our previous conference when we conducted in Pondicherry. His government, his cabinet colleagues, his officials, all supported and funded and also given a logistic support. I'm welcoming the Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Vanakkam. நீங்க
Thank you,
ரொம்ப
sir. வணக்கம்.
எல்லா விதத்திலையும் எனக்கு உதவி செஞ்சிருக்கீங்க. இன்னைக்கு தொடங்கி வைக்கிறது எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு உலகத்தை அறிந்தவர், தமிழ்நாட்டை அறிந்தவர், தமிழர்களை அறிந்தவர், இன்றைக்கு பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி எப்படி இருக்கிறது என்பதை பற்றி நடைபெறுகிற இந்த மாநாட்டை தொடங்கி வைப்பது, அதுவும் இந்த நோயுற்ற காலத்தில், உலகமே நோயுற்று இருக்கிறது, நோயுற்ற காலத்திலும் ஆறறிவு படித்த மனிதர் நிச்சயமாக அந்த நோயிலும் வெல்வான் என்பதை காட்டுவதுதான் இந்த ஜூம் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் எல்லாமே. அந்த வகையில் தாங்கள் இன்றைக்கு வந்திருப்பது எங்களுக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. உங்களை அனைவரின் சார்பில் வரவேற்று இந்த மாநாட்டை தொடங்கி வைத்து உரையாற்றுமாறு தங்களை வேண்டி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நன்றி.
மரியாதைக்குரிய சம்பத் அவர்களே, என்னை இந்த மாநாட்டிற்கு அழைத்ததற்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியை முதலில் நான் உங்களுக்கு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். 7th World Tamils Economic Conference is being conducted, the Global Economic Summit 2020, in a virtual conference, and the former High Commissioner of India to Guyana, the Ambassador of Caribbean Community, His Excellency Mr. B. Magalingam, who gave his presidential address. I heard him very, very carefully. I heard whatever he was referring to about the global situation, the kind of the COVID-19 pandemic, how it is affecting the economy of the world, especially in India, and under these circumstances, how we have to come out of it. He has been explaining in detail. And Honorable Dr. Moses Hirasamy Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of Guyana, Honorable Dr. Paramasivam Pillai, Vaipur, former Acting President of Mauritius, Dr. G. Viswanathan, my very good friend, Honorable Founder and Chancellor, VIT University, Honorable Member of Parliament, T.K.S. Ilangovan, and the host of dignitaries who are going to participate in various topics in the conference. In fact, continuously, Dr. Sampath has been organizing the World Economic Conference every year. Come what may, he has been committed to conduct the economic conference covering most of the countries of the world for the purpose of attracting investors into our country, and also our investors to go to those countries and invest there. Even during this COVID-19 pandemic situation, it did not deter him to organize this virtual conference. Therefore, my hearty congratulations for him with the firm commitment he has organized this conference. In fact, in the year 2019, this 7th World Tamil Economic Conference was held in Puducherry. My very good friend, Dr. Viswanathan, participated in that. And also the Honorable Dr. Moses Hirasamy attended, Dr. Paramasivam Pillai attended, our Honorable Member of Parliament, Ilangovan, also attended. Some of the leaders of the world participated in the conference. It was a very good conference. Because of that, in Puducherry state, we are getting a lot of investment and industrial development in spite of the COVID situation prevailing in our state. In fact, in Karaikal, the super specialty hospital with wellness center is coming with an investment of about 2,000 crores. It is going to be a big investment for Puducherry state. And small and medium industry to the tune of more than 300 have come in the year 2019 after our conference. Therefore, 19 and 20 after our conference. Therefore, this conference will definitely attract more investment from other countries to India and also especially to Puducherry state. Puducherry is a tourism state. Apart from that, pharmaceutical industries are there. Small and medium industries have been established in Puducherry. And the finest point of our state is that it is a very peaceful state. Labor issues are not there. And the investors can come and invest boldly for the purpose of setting up of industry. We have created a single window system. Therefore, Puducherry is one of the favorite destinations for investors who are coming from within our country and outside. Lot of investors, lot of industries are being run by people who are in Tamil Nadu and also in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. And the local people are also involved in the manufacturing, engineering goods and pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical formulations are being manufactured in Puducherry. Raw material comes here, and including some of the important, the life-saving drugs are manufactured in Puducherry and exported to United States and UK. That being the situation, I wholeheartedly welcome all the people who are living abroad to come forward and invest in Puducherry. But today, the world is reeling under the economic crisis. India is also not spared because of the COVID-19 situation. I find for the last 10 months in our state, we struggled very hard to sustain the economy. Because in a small state like Puducherry, our main source of this income is commercial tax, excise, and transport tax, and tourism. All the sectors have been affected. But in spite of it, by our continuous effort, the collective efforts of our honorable ministers and MLAs and bureaucrats, we were able to overcome the economic crisis in our state. In fact, Puducherry is one of the states where we did not stop the welfare schemes for the people, the salary for the government employees, though there was a lockdown, because we determined to help the people of the state. And the economic situation, which was when we found from the other adjoining states, they were not able to pay even salary to the employees. That is not the situation in Puducherry. Moreover, the controlling COVID, we were all in the field. We became COVID warriors with the help of doctors, nurses, the paramedical staff, and other departments. We did a planned work to contain COVID in our state. Today, according to the report, 98% of the people have recovered. Puducherry is the highest in recovery. All India average is 95%, but in Puducherry, 98% of the people who have been affected by COVID, they recovered and they are very safe. Number one. Number two, the death rate is only 1.6%. All India average is 2%. The positivity rate in Puducherry is less than 1%. It is a all India lowest figure in the country. Therefore, the Puducherry is one state where for the COVID, any person who has been affected by COVID, right from testing till his recovery, everything is taken care of by the state government. Apart from that, now we started the preparation for the storing the vaccine. We keep if the medical department, the health department fully prepared. When the vaccine comes, our COVID warriors will be given the priority and they will be taken care of. That is our Puducherry situation. And we have got land in Puducherry. Electricity is in abundance. Permission can be given in no time. And moreover, the Puducherry is one state where the movement of raw materials and also the manpower, we have got a skilled manpower. We have more than 18 engineering colleges and the technical colleges, universities, the medical institutions, plethora of education institutions we have. Puducherry is one of the education hub, health hub, and tourism hub. Therefore, this is the favored destination for all the people who are coming from all over India and also abroad. Nearly 20% of the tourists are coming from abroad, European countries, and 40% are from Karnataka. The remaining are from other adjoining states. And because of we have got religious tourism, heritage tourism, and we have leisure tourism, because we have got three types of tourism. That infrastructure has been created by our state government for that purpose. Now, I've been seeing the list of the dignitaries who are going to participate in the conference. I'm very happy. The persons from all walks of life are here. Definitely, this conference is going to give a very good impetus for the purpose of creating an atmosphere of investment in our country. And I wholeheartedly congratulate and thank Dr. Sampath for having organized this conference. But one thing that is worrying me is the Indian economic situation. Today, during UPA government, you know pretty well, everybody knows, our growth rate is GDP was 9%. Today, it has come to minus 7.3%. The Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India is trying at their level best for boost the economy of the country. But what they are doing is only providing support by way of loan or scheme. That is not going to save the situation. Because now the industries, they need support. The infrastructure development should take place. The service sector should be given the impetus by the government. And there are several areas which the Government of India has to contribute. Simply telling that we will give moratorium for small industries, small scale industries, and medium industries is not going to solve the problem. The Government of India should give a package for industry to revive, because the labor force have been kept idle for more than 4 months. They were not able to get the salary. Secondly, the investors are not having ready money with them. The banks are not, in spite of the fact that a lot of announcement coming from the Honorable Finance Minister, Government of India, the banks are not cooperating with them. Therefore, whatever they are telling, it is not on the ground. Therefore, the Government of India has to concentrate on improving the economy of the country. Otherwise, the whole world is looking for India today. Because right from the research work on industrial innovation, our Honorable Prime Minister is telling that Make in India program, it has been given a boost because India's relationship with China is deteriorating. Now, this is the opportunity for Indian investors to manufacture the items which have been imported from other countries in India itself. For that, the congenial atmosphere has to be created by the Government of India for that purpose. Unless until it is being done, the investors will not be able to contribute their might for the purpose of developing the economy of the country. Therefore, with this observation, I wholeheartedly welcome on my behalf, on behalf of the people of my state, through Dr. Sampath, who has been the pioneer in organizing these conferences, to come and invest in Puducherry state, and you will get a easy access for land, for electricity, water supply, roads, and also for investment subsidy we are giving. Therefore, I wholeheartedly welcome the investors to come to Puducherry and invest in various areas like engineering goods, pharmaceutical, tourism, health sector, education sector, and welfare sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. Given a wonderful speech, and also you explained about what way this Puducherry is a right to invest, and you got an investment for to put up a multi-speciality hospital and many other hotels and a beach resort and many other things in Puducherry. Puducherry is a wonderful place. I've seen many times. So I am requesting all the participants to show some interest on Puducherry. Now I am requesting our foreign guest and our former Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu from Guyana to deliver his special Sir, where are you? Hello, Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu. Just I saw your face. Yes, sir, you can. Ready.
I'm here now.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes, you can do a speech.
Okay. Well, good day, Wanakam. Esteemed Chairman, former Indian High Commissioner V. Mahalingam, yourself, Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, Convener and President of the Madras Development Society, Honorable V. Narayanasamy, Chief Minister of Puducherry, Honorable Dr. Pillai Vayapuri, former Acting President of Mauritius, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Chancellor of BIT University, other honorable and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. I am pleased that I have to speak after my good friend and brother, Dr. Narayanasamy, with his usual fiery oratory and conviction, a true blood Tamilian and South Indian and Indian. I have listened carefully to the previous speakers, and I think that their contributions have enriched this year's forum. As you have mentioned, this year's Global Economic Summit and the 7th World Tamils Economic Conference is like no other that was held before as a result of the deadly coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. In today's world, we are invariably in lockdown, behind clinical and surgical masks, and under some other forms of restriction. We have accepted the inevitability of interacting and communicating differently. We embrace as the new normal physical distancing, strictures on travel, education, commerce, banking, marketing, sports, and tourism, as well as cutbacks in production and distribution activities. Many have accepted too that there are folks who would not adjust to this new normal. For example, in the United States, which relate to us and we are all in the Western Hemisphere, some elements are still locked away in a denial mode of the pandemic, and even the outcome of their own elections, which were held almost 2 months ago. The United States and many of the developed countries, once our beacons of hope, are now among the chief carriers of the pandemic. Once it was said that when America sneezes, Latin America and the Caribbean would catch a cold. Now, when the White House coughs, literally the world catches COVID. But those who follow the science and not voodoo conspiracy theories know that the virus is not a hoax. The approximate figures of infected persons in the world at 78 million cases and the number of dead at close to 2 million within an 11-month period this year tell the anguish story of the global fight for survival. With the reported mutation of the virus in some places, our worries have become a horrifying and bizarre nightmare. Unlike China, where, according to the World Health Organization, spread of the virus has been brought under control, we have not seen the promised curve or plateau in the other populous states that are ravaged by the virus. The so-called miracle makers did not make the virus disappear, and the fake medicines did not work. The pandemic has instead punctured the base of our economy and has brought mass poverty. The ruling classes are shaking as people demand quick measures for health protection, food, housing, and jobs. The adverse impact has stirred the conscience of peoples in the world. The soul of nations is on fire. For example, in the United States is gripped in the throes of a deep-seated social revolution where the power of the people has challenged the arrogance of power and the power of profits. The We the People proclamation has sprung from the American Constitution and is seeking to turn the pyramid of power upside down. The universal battle cry is, people come first. Colleagues, I share your pride over the elections in the USA of Kamala Harris as Vice President of the world's most powerful country. She is a distinguished and exceptional America-born leader and a descendant of the Indians from the Tamil community and an offspring of the Caribbean from the Jamaican community. In the Caribbean, we welcome the imminent ascendancy of Biden and Harris to the Oval Office. We expect a realignment in world relations, relaxation of tensions with a return to multilateralism, greater support for the United Nations and its institutions, and an end to unilateral declaration of war and the privatization of it to profit corporate interests. We are hopeful that the growing strength of positive nationalism by the American people and by democratic forces in the world would act as a shield against the big stick, and that the soft gloves of peaceful competition would replace the iron fist of protectionism and sanctions. Under a Biden presidency, we may see a lull in the overt deployment of force, the flagrant sabotage of the rule of law, and use of a toxic mixture of racism, casteism, religion, and xenophobia to divide us, weaken us, and subdue us. But in my view, it would be unrealistic to expect the mighty lion to convert into a lamb and not to prosecute the interests of big business and the agents' agenda of the financial and military industrial complex. This is why our agenda has to adapt to the changing times, as we heard Chief Minister Narayanasamy speak to us just now about Puducherry. And in our countries, we too must look internally at how to reorder our own society. As I see it, we have to invest in our internal economy to prioritize food security and to make our land, water, energy, marine resources, clean air, and technology work for us. It is my opinion that this situation could lead to narrow nationalism and to the so-called dog-eat-dog concept of all for one and none for all. At a time of dire need, one response has to be to throw money at the crisis, to give bailouts to businesses and handouts to families, what is called stimulus in the USA, and cash relief and food hampers elsewhere. Though welcome, these are only palliatives, not a cure for the pandemic. The vaccine, by whatever name, offers greater hope. We need your powerful voices and your considerable resources to influence governments to fast track free distribution of COVID vaccines to all citizens of the world. Help to fight the so-called vaccine nationalism where only the rich could have access. Stand up for the poor and powerless who can ill afford food and shelter, much less pay for life-saving vaccines. This situation requires that our investors and developers have to think outside the proverbial box to bring out the best in our human and scientific ingenuity, accelerate the use of artificial intelligence and robotics, and to tap into our reservoir of innovation. Colleagues, as an important periodic business networking event, as well as a platform for sharing transformational ideas, this forum has been playing a role in the global effort to stimulate growth, promote development, and build healthy multicultural plural societies. I am pleased that this forum has been a platform for building bridges where there were walls, forging alliances among hitherto fractured movements that share similar social goals, and suppressing race, caste, and religious dogmas. The kudos for bringing us today go to the Madras Development Society, with special credit to Dr. VRS Sampath for once again being at the helm. And I heartily endorse the comments made by High Commissioner Mahalingam and my friend Narayanasamy, and congratulate you, Dr. Sampath, for your exceptionally good work. As we meet today, allow me, dear friends, to join you in saluting the memory of the several distinguished Tamil colleagues who are no longer with us, and in sharing our collective grief at the tragic loss of lives of our loved ones and all others to the pandemic, COVID pandemic. Over these 3 days, you have chosen to discuss critical issues that may appear to transcend the specific and immediate interests of investment and business networking. With some latitude, I tried to navigate the political landscape and to identify some major issues that impact our society. After all, I'm a politician. And Dr. Sampath, I have not retired. I may resort to law and writing, but I am not retired. I strongly believe that being interdependent, the immediate demand is for partnership at all levels. Together, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, politicians, and civil society, we can make a big difference. It is now my privilege to wish this event great successes and to wish all of you, my dear colleagues and your families, a very profitable and rich but safe New Year. Thank you, Nandri.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. You had a wonderful and detailed speech about the issues going on in America and the new president and the new vice president elected in American people. The vice president, Kamala Harris, origin from Tamil Nadu, is a great pride for us because the lady mother is from Chennai, is from Tamil Nadu near Mannarkudi. So we all, Tamil people all over the world, very much happy when we see our name is selected as a vice president. Thank you, sir. You've given a wonderful speech. Now I am requesting Honorable Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayapuri, former acting president of Mauritius, for deliver his special address.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath. Dr. Sampath, President of the Madras Development Society, founder and convener of this 7th World Tamils Economic Conference, Ambassador Mahalingam, former High Commissioner of India to Guyana, Honorable Narayanasamy, Chief Minister of Puducherry, Honorable Dr. Moses Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of Guyana, Dr. Vishwanathan, founder and Chancellor of the Vellore Institute of Technology, University, Mr. Selengovan, Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, all distinguished participants, brothers and sisters. This is my 5th participation in the World Tamils Economic Conference. Indeed, I participated in the 3rd conference in Chennai in 2016, the 4th in Durban, the 5th in Pondicherry, and the 6th one in Chennai last year. This year, we cannot congregate as in previous years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But this has not deterred Dr. Sampath from organizing this 7th conference by resorting to digital technology. And here we are, exchanging our views, presenting papers, etc., virtually. A look at the 3-day program shows an interesting variety of very pertinent themes and topics. So congratulations and thanks to you, Dr. Sampath, for your steadfastness in doing what you believe is necessary, in what you believe is the right thing to do. I enjoyed listening to the previous speakers, Mr. Mahalingam, who spoke very highly of the efforts being made by Dr. Sampath, the Chief Minister of Puducherry, who spoke about the great possibilities of investment in Puducherry, and the eloquent speech of Dr. Nagamuthu, in which he welcomed the election of Kamala Harris, a matter of great pride to all of us, and also how we have to think about fair distribution of wealth in the world. For my part, I'm going to talk about the position of Mauritius, the possibilities of investment in our country. There are hundreds of international economic conferences being organized irregularly by various national groups and communities across the world. The Tamil community across the world has its specific identity, its language, and its cultural heritage, which we are duty-bound to preserve and promote. And we are pleased to share the beauty and greatness of our Tamil cultural heritage and philosophy of life to the whole world. This being so, it is important that at the same time, we endeavor to ensure the economic well-being of the people in order to have the financial means to safeguard, preserve, promote, and share our rich cultural heritage. It is now generally agreed that Tamil is the oldest language in the world. And this being so, the Tamil people has accumulated a tremendously rich cultural heritage and a philosophy of life worth sharing with our brothers and sisters across the world. Not only do we Tamilians believe in the world, that the world is one and all men are brothers, we actually live up to this philosophy. Our open-mindedness and freedom to give and take is a beautiful concept and philosophy of life. This conference, therefore, has its raison d'etre. I'm convinced that the previous conferences have brought about a very good number of business exchanges. We heard how the Chief Minister of Puducherry spoke of investments in Puducherry as a result of previous conferences. And it is important that this collaboration continues. As I have said in my speeches in previous years, my country, Mauritius, has a lot to offer to attract investors and business partners. By virtue of its strategic position at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Australia, Mauritius is gradually transforming itself into a hub for investors in search of security, transparent regulations, and high value addition. Allow me to quote the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who made the following statement on his visit to Mauritius a few years back. And I quote, "Mauritius is regarded as the most competitive economy in sub-Saharan Africa. Its economic policies on growth, employment, and its strong social welfare system are models for others. These initiatives have contributed to help Mauritius become an upper middle income country," end of quote. Mauritius scooped the title of the best country to do business in Africa by the World Doing Business Report 2016. Mauritius has, among others, the following positive factors to serve as encouragement for investors. We have an impressive track record in terms of political stability and more than 3 decades of sustained economic growth. We have the freest and most business-friendly country. We are the freest and most business-friendly country in Mauritius. We secure investment location with established rule of law. We have a bilingual English and French and skilled workforce. We have state-of-the-art infrastructure across the country and preferential market access to Africa, Europe, and the USA. So Mauritius can represent for Indian companies an important platform for them to reach out to the African market. Not only is Mauritius an international financial center with a network of double taxation agreements with a number of African countries, it also has signed numerous investment promotion and protection agreements, IPPAs, which mitigates risks with regards to political events, expropriation of assets, repatriation of profits and capital, and rule of law. Furthermore, Mauritius is itself part of Africa, being a member of the African Union, of SADC, of COMESA. And Mauritius has also, as I said, a bilingual population, which allows us to interact efficiently with both Anglophone and Francophone countries in the continent. Among the sectors of the economy which offer excellent business opportunities at present, we have the ICT BPO, and investment opportunities include contact centers, knowledge processing outsourcing, software development, mobile application development, cloud services, data center, disaster recovery. Then we have our financial services sector, which offers a well-capitalized, sophisticated banking sector comprising local and international banks, which are actively servicing a wide range of retail, corporate, institutional, and private client base. Mauritius boasts a well-developed insurance sector also. And Mauritius stands as one of the largest and most innovative capital raising markets for the African landscape. the country is a strategic global business jurisdiction situated at the crossroads of Asia and Africa. Lastly, concerning the financial sector, Mauritius is fast becoming the preferred headquarters for regional and global transactions, as well as regional treasury management. Another important sector of the economy in Mauritius is manufacturing. This sector has evolved into a technology-intensive one with high value-added activities. And this sector offers investment opportunities in textiles and garment, non-textile, comprising light engineering, food and seafood processing, high precision engineering. The renewable energy sector also offers a number of opportunities. And Mauritius is ideally located to become a knowledge hub in the region. It has a geostrategic location that serves as bridge linking Asia, Africa, and Australia. It offers an ideal platform for bilingual education, English and French, with a cosmopolitan and multicultural environment. Investment opportunities include world-class international pre-primary, primary and secondary schools, polytechnic institutes, specialized institutions, university campuses, and research centers. For the future, we have the ocean economy. Mauritius has a total maritime exclusive economic zone, nearly 2 million square kilometers. And that is nearly 1,000 times the land surface of the country. In its process of diversifying its economy, Mauritius is encouraging investors to establish industries in the emerging sectors also, such as the film industry and the regional pharmaceutical industry. I would conclude, brothers and sisters, by urging any individual or company wishing to explore the possibilities for doing business or to invest in Mauritius to contact Mr. Dr. V.R.S. Sampath himself or myself. As for me, I will personally refer your business proposal to the Mauritius Board of Investment, which is the principal authority promoting transnational businesses. I hope that as vaccines become available, COVID-19 will soon become a thing of the past, and avenues will open for bilateral business partnerships to flourish. We would be pleased to welcome any well-meaning business venture to come and establish itself in our country. I wish you all a very successful conference, and I wish you all a very happy New Year 2021, a bountiful Pongal, and a prosperous New Year 2021. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Nandri, Vanakkam. You given a very excellent speech about the clear picture about the investment and business opportunities in Mauritius. I visited more than 15 times Mauritius. Every time I'm seeing different part of Mauritius. Mauritius is a very much suit for holiday, and the honeymoon couple. Always whenever I go to flight, when I saw the flight, instead of the flight, most of the passengers, the couple only, from Chennai, from Bangalore, from Bombay, from Delhi, like that. But investors also there. Many Indian investors invested many proposals and projects and hotels and other things. Please look into your idea to invest in Mauritius. Thank you, President. Thank you. You accepted our invitation. நீங்கள் வந்து கலந்து கொண்டது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாகவும் மகிழ்ச்சியாகவும் இருக்கிறது. கோவிட் பீரியடில் நீங்கள் உங்கள் நாட்டில் உள்ள அனைவரும் சுகமாக இருக்க, எந்த பிரச்சனையும் மாட்டிக்கொள்ளாமல் இருக்க, விரைவில் ஊசியை அதாவது வேக்சின் பெற்று நலம் பெற வாழ்த்துகிறேன். அடுத்து I am requesting the great educationalist, parliamentarian, politician, social worker, statesman, Dr. G. Viswanathan, founder chancellor of V8 University, one of the eminent university in India and internationally ranked university. I'm requesting Dr. Viswanathan to present his speech. Sir, open your mic, sir. Unmute பண்ணீங்க. Can you unmute? உங்க mic unmute பண்ணணும்.
அங்க பண்ணிருக்கோம்.
Okay. All right.
Am I audible?
Yes.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, the convener of the 7th World Economic Conference, the president of today's conference, Ambassador Sumahalingam, the Chief Minister of Puducherry, Honorable Mr. Narayanasamy, the guests of honor, Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of Guyana, another guest of honor, Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayabri, former President of Mauritius, Ms. Tiko S. Ilangovan, and other participants in various parts of the globe. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Always, I would like to thank Sampath for arranging this conference even in spite of all the difficulties of the endemic period. And among the 7 conferences I've attended, all but one. Only one I could not attend. And I also fondly remember 2 years ago when we inaugurated Tamil Iyakkam, the World Tamil Movement. Both of our former president and former prime minister participated at Chennai. That was also possible because immediately after the Pondicherry conference, this was inaugurated the next day. As a student of economics and also as a former member of parliament who was interested in the defense, I have been studying various economic issues of the world, of India and all the world. About 800 million people in the world are living in extreme poverty and suffer from hunger. The SIPRI, or Stockholm International Peace Institute, says in 2015, the total defense expenditure of the world is $1.7 trillion. If 10% of the military expenditure is saved, it can end poverty in the world and hunger in the world. Can it happen? And is it possible? I think it is possible. Only thing is, the country must realize the importance of ending poverty, and out of 149 countries where we have estimate, 10 countries allocate more than 4% of the GDP, 4% and above on defense. 13 countries allot 3 to 3.9%. 24 countries earmark 2 to 2.9% of GDP. 65 countries earmark about 1 to 1.9%, and only 34 countries allots less than 1%. And I find even poor countries spending more for defense. For example, out of these 10 countries who spend more than 4%, Pakistan is one among them, even though it's a poor country. And of course, India also spends a lot of money. According to SIPRI, India had the 3rd largest military expenditure in the world, to US and China. USA spends about $730 billion a year, and China spends $260 billion, and India spends about $70 billion. Even though poverty is there very much. In fact, in India, about 270 million or living below poverty line. Same thing, of course, comparatively lesser in Pakistan. And I find it is there almost 100 countries. Out of these about 196 countries, if you want to call advanced countries, only about 70 or 75, whose per capita income is more than $10,000. The rest of them are either developing countries or underdeveloped countries. But I find all developing and underdeveloped countries also spend more on defense than on alleviating poverty and illiteracy. That's the point I want to make. And another important thing I found is in the World Happiness Index, you know it, there is a all India, the world level, World Happiness Index is produced. I find Pakistan and Bangladesh are doing better than India. I wanted to find out why, because we are doing on many parameters, we are better than them. But still, in the happiness index, we are behind them. I find that it is the income inequality which is giving us a lower rank in the happiness index, because in India, the rich are getting richer while the poor are getting poorer. Over the last 4 decades, India's top 1% of people, they earn, their country's income rose from 7% to 22%. And the bottom 50% earners declined from 23% to 15%. And India's income inequality is much higher than Pakistan and Bangladesh. They get a better ranking in happiness index. And I find the estimate says 73% of the wealth generated in our country goes to the richest 1% in 2017. And at present, we have 119 billionaires in the country, India. There were only 9 in 2000. It means that we have produced 110 billionaires in the last 20 years, but also the poverty is getting worse and worse. Many ordinary Indians are not able to access to healthcare, and they are pushed to poverty. About 6.3 crores or 63 million of them are pushed to poverty every year. And Oxfam, the famous institution, says the top 1% of wealth increased 2,200 crores per day in 2018 for this 1% of the people. Every day they get 2,200 crores according to 2018 estimate. And there is another organization called Johannesburg-based organization, New World Wealth. It says India is the second most unequal country globally, with millionaires controlling 54% of its wealth. Which comes first? Russia comes first among the most unequal societies. With a total individual wealth of $5,600 billion, it is among the 10 richest countries in the world, and yet the average Indian is relatively poor. This is far ahead of US, where the richest 1% own 37%, whereas it is 73% in India. And what should be done? What are the remedies? One is the progressive taxation and the social spending. As a student of economics, I know the broadest shoulder should bear the heaviest burden, and the taxation should be in such a way that those who earn much should pay more. Is it happening? I don't think it is happening. And again, social spending. On public services, we should spend more, like health, education, protection, social welfare activities. India performs poorly on both the counts. Tax constitute at 16%, 7%, 16.7% of the GDP, whereas the potential is 53%. And the direct taxes account for only 1/3 of the total taxes, whereas in South Africa, it accounts for 50% of the direct taxes. Only around 3% of the GDP goes to education in India, and 1% is spent on health. Whereas in South Africa, 6% on education and 3%, more than 3% are spent on health. We have to stop inequality from rising further, and then reduce poverty. About 300 million or 30, one estimate says live below poverty line in our country. And actually, the income tax in India in 2019-20, I don't know how many of you are aware, only 1% of Indians pay income tax. About 1.46 crore people, just above 1%. And it has come down drastically from the previous year. Previous it was 3.29 crore people paid, and this year it is 1.46 crores. This happened because of the rebate given by the government. I am not against it, but the percentage who pay income taxes has to be increased. And non-salaried individuals, they conceal their income. And only the salaried people have to pay the tax because they cannot conceal their income. And I find those who declare their income above 50 lakhs in India is only 3.2 lakhs. And those who declare the income above 5 crores is only 8,600 people. And the CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes, says there are only 2,200 doctors, chartered accountants, lawyers, and other professionals have declared annual income of more than 1 crore. And I'm not going into the details, I'm only just mentioning the points. And there is an organization called State of the Tax Justice, which estimates India is losing more than 75,000 crores a year because of the MNCs, International Corporate Tax Abuse. And GST, the maximum we get through GST in our country, the tax. And because of GST evasion, we lose about 5 lakh crores. And what is it that we can do? Because I find it is corruption, black money, and tax evasion. These are the 3 evils which is standing in the way of economic development of any country, particularly our country. And I think the people should be educated, especially those who have the advantage of education, particularly higher education. They must realize. I find the UN World Tourism, the United Nations World Tourism Organization, I find there, they say about 15 million Indians traveled outside their country, went on foreign tour. Just now Sampath was mentioning about Mauritius. They go all over the world, and it is 5 crore of them, and compared to 2.3 crores in the previous year. But those who declare their income about 50 lakhs is only through 2.3 lakhs. If we know where the problem is, I think it is time now that we ask our people, and we have to compel them to declare the income and pay taxes so that the government spends more money on education, health, and other social protection, which is being done in a number of countries. And we have to be set our eyes on them and see that the poverty comes to an end. Always they are worried about the world. Yadum Mure Yavarum Kelir. That's what our Tamil said 3,000 years ago. That's why I was speaking about this, even though Tamils live in more than 130 countries and we have citizenship in more than 100 countries. We have to help each other. As our Chief Minister of Pondicherry, Mr. Narayan Swamy, was telling, that wherever possible, let us go and invest and let us also invite others to come and invest. I'm happy like others. I would like to congratulate the Vice President of US, Kamala Harris, who has an origin is from Tamil Nadu. We are so happy that another person related to the Tamils have been elected to one of the highest offices in the world. And I would like to thank our former Prime Minister, Dr. Veera Nagamuthu, and our former President, Mr. Vayabari Pillai, for participating in this. And I would like to thank all of you, particularly Dr. Sampath, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You are our pattern, you are our guide, our philosopher. You've given a wonderful speech for today's conference. And you explained about the Indian economy and the Indian system and international reflection and many other things. Now, actually, next speaker, Mr. T.K.S. Yalangovan, is not attending. He may come later or tomorrow. He will be out. He will be returning tomorrow only. Now I'm requesting Rajakumari to read who are all sending the messages. Please, Rajakumari.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Sampath, the President of Madras Development Society and the convener of 7th World Tamil Economic Conference. Ambassador Mr. V. Mahalingam, former High Commissioner of India to Guyana. Honorable Mr. V. Narayanaswamy, the Chief Minister of Puducherry. Honorable Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu, the former Prime Minister of Guyana. Honorable Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayapuri, Acting President of Mauritius. Dr. G. Vishwanathan, notable former parliamentarian, founder and chancellor of VIT University, elect chosen by Arinyar Anna, the Spaniard of the Dravidian movement. Good evening and welcome to the Virtual Global Economic Summit 2020 and 7th World Tamil Economic Conference. We have received greetings from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Our Honorable President of India, His Excellency Shri Ramnath Kovind, wishes the function all success. We have also received greetings from Raj Nivas, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Her Excellency Dr. Kiran Bedi is pleased to convey her best wishes for the summit. With this, I believe we're going to the paper presentations. Thank you.
Yes. Next, I'm requesting Mr. Naganathan, advocate, to read the message of opposition party leader received, because Mr. Naganathan. Hello, Mr. Naganathan. Naganathan.
He's not there.
Hello, Mr. Naganathan. Just I saw his face. Naganathan.
He is there.
Yes. You are away. You open your mic.
He is
Yes.
mute.
You can read the message. Unmute your mic. Naganathan, you switch off your camera. Yes. Any issue to read the message?
Not audible.
கேக்குதா? கேக்குது.
இல்ல.
இல்ல.
It's in mute.
ஓ, உங்க மைக் நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணணும்.
Yes.
Okay, பேசு.
Now it's audible.
Audible.
படிங்க.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம்.
ஆ.
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் தலைவரும் தமிழக சட்டமன்ற பேரவையின் எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவரும் மாண்புமிகு மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுடைய வாழ்த்து செய்தியை இந்த இணையத்தின் மூலம் பகிர்ந்து கொள்வதில் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். வாழ்த்து செய்தி: பொருளாதார முன்னேற்றம் எந்த திசையில் பயணிக்கும் என நாடும் தமிழகமும் ஆவலுடன் எதிர்பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த முக்கியமான காலகட்டத்தில் 2020 உலக பொருளாதார மாநாடு, 7வது உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாடு ஆகிய இரு முக்கிய மாநாடுகள் காணொளி வாயிலாக நடத்துவது அறிந்து எல்லையற்ற மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அருமையான தலைப்புகளை தேர்வு செய்து அதற்கு அனுபவமிக்க பங்கேற்பாளர்களையும் அழைத்து 3 நாட்கள் 28/12/2020 முதல் 30/12/2020 வரை அறிவு சார்ந்த, மொழி சார்ந்த, பொருளாதாரம் மற்றும் தொழில் முன்னேற்றம் சார்ந்த மாநாடுகளை ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கும் சென்னை வளர்ச்சி கழகத்தின் தலைவர் மற்றும் நிறுவனரும்
உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாட்டின் அமைப்பாளருமான முனைவர் VRS சம்பத் அவர்களுக்கு எனது மனமார்ந்த பாராட்டுகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாநிலத்தின் இலக்குகளை நோக்கிய பயணத்திற்கு உதவும் அவரது இந்த சீரிய முயற்சி ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் இவ்வாறு மாநாடுகளை அவர் நடத்தி வருவது தனி சிறப்புக்குரியது. கோவிட்-19 தமிழகத்தில் மட்டுமின்றி நாடு முழுவதும், ஏன் உலகம் முழுவதும் பொருளாதாரத்திலும் ஒவ்வொருவரின் வாழ்வாதாரத்திலும் எதிர்பாராத பல மாற்றங்களை நிகழ்த்தி மிகுந்த கடினமான ஆண்டான 2020 நாம் கடக்கிறோம். இது போன்ற சூழலில் அனைவரும் நம்பிக்கையூட்டும் 2021 ஆண்டு பிறக்கும் முன்பு இந்த மாநாட்டின் தலைப்புகள் இந்திய சகாப்தத்திற்கு வழிகாட்டுவது போன்று இருக்கின்றன. பல்வேறு துறைகளில் தமிழகம் அடைய வேண்டிய இலக்குகளான நிகழ்ச்சி நிரல் இந்த மாநாட்டு அழைப்புதலில் பிரதிபலிப்பது மனதிற்கு இதமாக இருக்கிறது. ஐக்கிய நாடுகள் சபையின் நீடித்த வளர்ச்சி இலக்குகள், வறுமை ஒழிப்பு, தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள முதலீடு வாய்ப்புகள், தமிழகத்திலும் உலக அளவிலும் தமிழர்களின் சமூக பொருளாதார முன்னேற்றம், இந்திய தொழில் முனைவோருக்கு வெளிநாடுகளில் உள்ள வாய்ப்புகள், கல்வியில் பெண்களுக்கு அதிகாரம் அளித்தல், சர்வதேச வர்த்தகம், வெளிநாடுகளில் உள்ள வேலைவாய்ப்புகள், அண்டை மாநிலங்களில் உள்ள தொழில் மற்றும் முதலீடு வாய்ப்புகள் என அடுக்கடுக்கான அர்த்தமுள்ள தலைப்புகளில் விவாதிக்கப்படும் கருத்துக்களும் வெளியிடப்படும் ஆலோசனைகளும் இந்த இரு மாநாடுகளின் சிறப்பம்சமாக இருக்கும் என்பதை அழைப்புதலில் இடம்பெற்றுள்ள பங்கேற்பாளர்கள், கருத்துரை வழங்குவோர் உள்ளிட்டவர்களின் பட்டியலை வைத்தே எளிதில் சொல்லிவிட முடியும். ஆகவே கோவிட்-19 சூழலுக்கு பிறகு நடக்கவிருக்கும் இந்த மாநாடுகள் ஆக்கப்பூர்வமான ஆலோசனைகளை அளிக்கும் அட்சய பாத்திரமாக இருக்கும் என்று எண்ணி இந்த மாநாடுகளை ஏற்பாடு செய்துள்ள முனைவர் திரு VRS சம்பத் அவர்களுக்கு எனது தனிப்பட்ட நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். தமிழகத்தின் முன்னேற்றத்தில், தொழில்துறை முன்னேற்றத்தில், இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை உருவாக்குவதில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சியில் இருந்த நேரங்களிலெல்லாம் முன்னணியில் நின்று பணியாற்றி இருக்கிறது. தமிழ் மொழி வளர்ச்சியை, தமிழர் தன் பண்பாட்டினை போற்றிட எந்த நேரத்திலும் ஈடு இணையற்ற செயல்களை ஆற்றி உள்ளது. பல்வேறு நலத்திட்டங்கள் மூலம் இளைஞர்கள், விவசாயிகள், தொழிலாளர்கள், ஏழை எளிய நடுத்தர மக்கள் என்ற அனைவரையும் அரவணைத்து சென்றிருக்கிறது. அந்த நேரத்தில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் தொழில் தொடங்கவும், தங்கு தடையின்றி முதலீடுகள் வரவும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவை வியக்கும் வகையில் கொள்கைகள் வடிவமைக்கப்பட்டன என்பதையும் இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். ஆகவே இந்த இரு மாநாடுகளின் தலைப்புகள் 2021 ஆண்டின் தமிழகத்தின் அஜெண்டாவிற்கு முன்னோடி என கருதுகிறேன். அது மட்டுமின்றி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்திற்கும் மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும். புத்தாண்டில் நடைபெறும் சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலில் வெற்றி பெற்று ஆட்சியில் அமரவிருக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அனைத்து துறைகளிலும் தமிழகம் முன்னேறவும், மக்களுக்கான விடியலை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கும் இது போன்ற மாநாடுகளில் தெரிவிக்கப்படும் மாநில நலன் சார்ந்த, மக்கள் நலன் சார்ந்த ஆலோசனைகளை நிறைவேற்றிட பாடுபடும் என்று உறுதியினை தெரிவித்து இந்த இரு மாநாடுகளும் மாபெரும் வெற்றி பெற வேண்டும் என்று மீண்டும் வாழ்த்துகிறேன். அன்புடன் மு.க. ஸ்டாலின்.
நன்றி டாக்டர் நாகநாதன். ஹலோ, ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்க பிரசன்ட் பண்ணீங்க. அடுத்து இன்றைய சிறப்பு பேச்சாளர்கள், அதாவது முதல் பேச்சாளர் Honorable Dr. Justice S. Vimala. Madam Justice Vimala served as a district judge, registrar of the Madras High Court, and also different capacity, and elevated as a judge of the Madras High Court. And after that, she is now occupying the seat of the full-time member of the State Law Commission. She got a doctorate from Madras University. She got a PhD doctorate, not an honorary doctorate, PhD doctorate. I am very happy to welcome Honorable Dr. Justice S. Vimala to present her speech on sustainable development goals of United Nations. Madam.
Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening and happy and prosperous New Year to all of you. Rivers are my veins, forests are my thoughts, stars are my dreams, the ocean is my heart, its pounding is my pulse, the songs of the earth write the music of my soul. This is how our ancestors celebrated the nature. Nature also celebrated our ancestors by giving abundance in blessings in everything. But what is the status of us today? There is a saying, my grandfather saw the water in lake and tanks. My father saw the water in well and water tank. I see water inside a bottle. Where is my grandson who will see the water, whether he is going to see the water at all? We claim that we live in heaven. Where is that heaven? This earth, the earth under your feet, the sky above your head, and the water and the air around you or the earth. Are we able to enjoy those kind of facilities now? The nature has imposed undeclared emergency upon each and every one of us. All our fundamental right has been suspended by the nature and because of the prevailing pandemic now. We are not able to share and care even our own family members. Many death of the mother is not even being informed to the sons. That is how we are today. What is the reason for that? The nature, how do we treat nature? There lies the answer. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations have taken care of all the problems of the humanity, all the problems in nature, and has provided 17 goals for the sustainable development. The world is improving and developing, that is what we understand, but the development, the so-called development, is against nature, and that is why the United Nations have come forward with these goals. For this important topic and for this important program, I am thankful to Dr. V.R.S. Sampath. Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, the President, Madras Development Society, and the convener of the 7th World Conference, and a specially programmed mind, as stated by our Ambassador Mahalingam. And Ambassador V. Mahalingam, the former High Commissioner of India to Ghana, Mr. Narayanasamy, Honorable Minister, Chief Minister of Puducherry, former Minister of Guyana, Dr. Moses Veerasamy, Honorable Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayyapuri, former Acting President of Marutis, back to the topic now. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I would request Dr. Sampath to make the sharing possible. Is the sharing enabled, sir? Is the sharing enabled, sir?
Sharing is unable, not able to share. Can you, yes. Can you present your speech as it is?
Without the PowerPoint?
Yes, whatever you feel, because some technical issues going on.
Technical issues.
Because of, yes.
Yes, sir, no problem.
நீங்க பேசலாம்.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. What is the problem for us with the nature? Dr. Khalil Gibran used to say, trees are the poems that the earth writes upon the sky. We fell them down and turn them into paper, and there we write, record our emptiness. That is what we are doing. Instead of building bridges, we are building walls that is blocking the road to love and connection itself. Because of the insensitive ways in which we handle nature, nature is very much angry with us. To save us from the angry nature and for the better future for all by 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals have been adopted by the United Nations. It is accepted by all the member states of the United Nations, and it is an universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and all the people to enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. I would like to quote Mr. Gandhiji, where he said, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." When we talk about sustainable development, what is the meaning of sustainability? Sustainability is the ability to exist constantly. In the 21st century, it refers generally to the capacity for the biosphere and human civilization to coexist. Sustainability means despite our use of natural resources, the natural resources must be made available for the future generation also. That is what is meant by that. The 17 goals, I will just rush through. The 17 goals are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reducing inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, and partnership for the further goals. How are we going to achieve all these goals? Through partnership. Then the question is, what is the need for sustainable development? Now, as on now, we have the challenges on account of scarcity of resources, climate change, and over exploitation of natural resources. The United Nations has reported that nearly 2/3 of the world population will be living with water scarcity and stressed areas by 2025. Food production needs to be doubled by over next 40 years, but at the same time, we suffer from 23% of degradation in the agricultural land. The marine fisheries are declined by 60%. 1 million species are on the track for extinction. We suffer from increase in the global temperature and also increase in the sea level. That is our problem. Is it the problem of the nation, or is it the problem of the political will, or it is a problem to be solved by any other agency? The answer is that this goal, 17 goals of the United Nations, is to be addressed, is to be implemented by each and every one of the individual in the entire world. These goals are integrated, interlinked, and indivisible. All the goals are interlinked. This is the people agenda, a plan of action for ending poverty in all its dimensions irreversibly, and it should be implemented everywhere and leaving no one behind. If these programs are to be implemented, if these goals are to be achieved, leaving no one behind, think of the responsibility on the mind of each and every individual. This is what is we have to do, and that is how our Dr. V.R.S. Sampath has made us to think over these issues. What is the problem on account of this climate change? The humanity is waging war on nature. This is said to be suicidal. Nature always strikes back, and it is striking back as through COVID-19. Biodiversity is collapsing. Ecosystems are disappearing before our eyes. Deserts are expanding. Wetlands are being lost. Every year we lose 10 million hectares of forest. Oceans are overfished and choking with plastic waste. The carbon dioxide, therefore, is acidifying the seas. Coral reefs are also bleaching, and it is also dying. The one startling statement is air and water pollution are killing 9 million people annually. I repeat, air and water pollution are killing 9 million people annually, more than 6 times the current toll of the pandemic. More than 6 times the current toll of pandemic. And it is time for us to think over and to find out Where are we and how are we? The latest report also says 1 in 8 people still lived in extreme poverty. Nearly 800 million suffered from hunger. 1.1 billion people were living without electricity, and water scarcity is going to affect 2 billion people. All of you might have heard that already South Africa has declared 0 day. That is, 0 day is a day on which there was no water at all. That was the problem that is already existing. In future, if at all litigation comes to court, it may be relating to water dispute. And that is how we are facing the water problem. The sailor says, water, water everywhere, but not even a drop to drink, because out of the 75% of the water available, only 2.5% will be fit enough to drink. Remaining water is the salty water available. Therefore, we have to be very, very careful about that. How do we sustain then? The sustainability methods are by adopting renewable energy, by using biodiversity, by adopting nutrient cycling. For want of time, I'm just skipping over. We have too many laws relating to environment, but Justice Krishnaiyer would point out that the laws so far as animals and plant kingdom are concerned, it is remaining as a decorative piece. Under the Constitution, it is the fundamental duty of each and every one of us to show compassion towards those creatures, that is plant and animal kingdom, but we are not doing that. I quote his lordship statement: justice to animal citizen is as basic to humanism as social justice is to an exploited people. See, his lordship description is animal citizen. That is the respect shown to the animal kingdom. What we can do about it, and what are we going to do? The trees, growing of trees. Trees are the green gold. It is the God's most wonderful creation. Trees save us from many generations. Trees are vital. Without them, earth would be fatal. One tree can make million matches, but one match is enough to destroy million trees. People who will not sustain trees will soon live in a world that will not sustain people. This is a warning given to us. If there is no tree, there is not going to be enough space for us and enough water. For want of trees, what do we suffer? It is a very startling statement which says an average man inhales 3 cylinders of oxygen. 1 cylinder is 700 rupees. And if you are going to inhale 3 cylinders in a day, it is going to cost 2,100 rupees per day. If it is the rate for annually, we have to incur 7,65,000 rupees. And even then, we are not free enough to take, and we have to buy that with so much of money. Not the same fate is for the air also. It is bottled. The statement says from Ireland, Scotland, and Wales countries, it is being sold to England for rupees 2,500. What was freely available in nature, what should be made free for every one of us, is now being sold. For what it is being done? Because we are doing injustice to the forest. Forests are the lungs of the earth. We have to stop deforestation. Afforestation must take place. Forests are the oxygen factory on the earth, and they bear the soil, water, and pure air. Therefore, reversing deforestation is complicated, but planting simple tree is enough. Let us do that. See the sensitivity with which the younger generations are fighting for that. The young lady from Sweden, aged 14, in a world conference where the leaders of the entire world were present, she was bold enough to ask, "How dare you?" She is asking the further question, you are talking about economic development. Economic development is meaningless without protecting the atmosphere and without providing the benefits of economic development to the poor and needy. That was her message. She was also warning that the younger generation will not forget or forgive the leaders of the world if they are not going to take care of the climate change, and if they are not going to do justice for them. And what are our individual steps that one can take to protect our health and to discharge our duties and responsibilities towards these 17 goals? Being a Tamil conference, I think I can quote just 2 of these Tamil poems, and it was given in Tirumandiram. It's a very, very important. It is very useful during this pandemic. How do we give immunity to us? If we are preventing disease to ourselves, is it not easy for the so that the money that is spent in the healthcare can be spent in some other place? ஏற்றி இறக்கி இருகாலும் பூரிக்கும் காற்றை பிடிக்கும் கணக்கு அறிவார் இல்லை காற்றை பிடிக்கும் கணக்கறிவாளருக்கு கூற்றை உதைக்கும் குறியதுவாமே. If you are able to inhale, retain the air, and if you are going to exhale, then that is a way to fight against the death. How do we do that? ஏறுதல் பூரகம் ஈரட்டு வாமத்தால் ஆறுதல் கும்பகம் 64 ஊறுதல் 32 திரேசகம் மாறுதல் ஒன்றின்கண் பஞ்சகமாமே. The simple meaning is that while inhaling it is 16 seconds, retain it for 64 seconds and release it by 32 seconds. This is a simple formula. If it is done in the early morning hours, it gives you complete protection from any kind of germs or any kind of infections. That is what our Tirumandiram says, that is 1,000 years old. If you want solutions for our individual contribution plans, that if you look at just the Indians' way of living, especially Tamilians' way of living, it gives you complete solution from all angles. Then the food product, that is a biodiversity producing Murunga, this gives complete immunity for us. The history is very, very interesting history. Fidel Castro, the revolutionary leader of Cuba, who had been ruling Cuba for a long number of times, when he was not in power, the neighboring country suffered from diarrhea. The neighboring country requested Fidel Castro to help them. He sent a team of doctors there, and the doctors, on returning, gave a complete report regarding their problem. Immediately, he sent those doctors to Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and on returning, they told him that if Moringa is taken, the leaves I have given the picture, and I will share it later. If Moringa is taken, it is the only plant that has every kind of amino acid that gives you complete immunity. And if 8 grams of Moringa is taken each day, you are free from hunger, you are free from poverty of your health. That is what he said. It is also planting of Moringa gives you complete climate protection. It is saving the soil also. That in so many ways it is very, very helpful. And the one more important aspect to take care of biodiversity is this: the bees, which are taking honey from the flowers, they are likely to extinct within next few years. If the bees are going to extinct, the problem for us is that the world will not survive. The reason given is very, very important. The bees help in cross-pollination, and the pollination gives you plant. And if there is no pollination, plant kingdom will exist. Then the animal kingdom, which depend upon the plant kingdom, is also will be extincting, and are also likely to extinct. That is what is the warning given. Let us imagine, even for a small beast, like the small insect, if you are not going to take care of that, we are going to perish. Then what is the nature and extent of duty imposed upon us? For all these problems, what is the basic problem? Basic problem is lack of education and lack of knowledge. Without this discussion will not be complete. I may not be satisfied if I am not disclosing about the efforts taken for spreading education by 2 persons. Number one is S.R. Ranganathan, who belonged to Tamil Nadu. At those time, our father Gandhi Adigal was telling that every one of them should get education. He thought of a plan and he developed a mobile book library. That is the two-wheeler cart. He took books in a two-wheeler cart and gave it to all the people in rural villages. You may be wondering, this happened in the year 1931. 1931, he gave that book. And before that, he arranged a small discussion. One of the agriculturists was asking, we are throughout morning to end, we are in the field, and who will give us oil for the lamp to study in the night? Immediately, the girls who were assembled there, they told them that they will collect spoons of oil from every house and they will be arranging for that. Immediately, one of the young student asked them, books you will give and take it back. Certain books are permanent, and we want permanent books. Then the agriculturist promised them that out of the excessive paddy that they harvest, they will contribute, and from that permanently books can be kept in each and every one of. This is how the education was propagated even in the year 1931 by using the mobile bullock cart. Now that the technology pervades everywhere, with the use of technology, it may not be possible, it may not be impossible to provide education to each and every one of us. But still, what is happening, Malala is the history that will tell. Malala is a young Pakistani girl, aged 14, and at that point of time, and the terrorists were threatening that girls should not go for study, not go to school. That was their demand. And when they were traveling in a van, those terrorists shot her, and she suffered a bullet injury, and she was later operated. And even after the operation, she was asking this question. At the time when I was shot dead, there were two questions in my mind: whether I should keep silence or whether I should speak. To keep silence, I have to wait to be dead, waiting to be dead. And if I speak, death may be instantaneous. Still, I prefer to speak up. I speak up on behalf of 130 million girl children who are deprived of education. I want to speak out on behalf of the threatened children who are threatened not to go to school. You please join me in providing education. That is what she was bold enough to say all these things to the entire world. Now her claim is that no child should remain uneducated. If an individual like her can put such kind of challenge before us, at the age of 14, she made that challenge. And why not we? What are we going to do? It is very, very, providing education is very, very simple. Education does not mean that the writing answers to the questions. Whatever is the question that arises, we must be able to provide solution to every problem. That is the kind of education that is being advocated in this 17 goals. If we are, those who are already educated can very well read and improve their knowledge. Those who are not educated, those who are already educated, if one-to-one, if one person decide to give education to the another uneducated person, end of the matter. There is providing education in a methodical manner in institutions is altogether a very different issue. Coming to poverty, it is not a poverty in the sense of hunger alone. What is spoken about is poverty of everything. Everywhere there is poverty for everything, we have to address that. வாடிய பயிரை கண்ட போதெல்லாம் வாடினேன் என்று சொன்ன வள்ளலார் அதோடு நிற்காமல் அணையா அடுப்பை ஏற்றி வைத்த இந்த பூமியில் தான் இந்த வறுமையை பற்றி நாம் இன்னுமே இருக்கிறோம். Karl Marx and his wife is the best example, where the books on capital was written when Karl Marx was in extreme penurious conditions, where Jenny had to say that my child, when sucking my breast for food, no milk was coming. What was coming was only blood. Even under such conditions, unmindful of the hunger, they are able to provide some kind of solutions for the people by writing on eradication of poverty and eradication of hunger. This is the world in which we are living. Our leaders have given the best possible solution to all the problems. The only problem now is, how are we going to protect the environment? How are we going to give justice to the people who are suffering poverty? And the one real life incident that, with that I will finish. There was a boy who was prosecuted for selling tea in a train, which is punishable under section 144 of the Railways Act. When he was produced before the magistrate felt it very, very painful. He was a very young boy. He asked himself, how do I ask the boy, why do you earn your livelihood? It is not the state who was willing to provide any employment to her. The state did not provide any employment to her. It was not his chosen career to sell the teas. but out of compulsion, out of necessity, he has chosen the career of selling tea. It is not his intention to trouble the fellow passengers. It is not as if he had money to buy a license. He had no money to buy a license. Still, he do not want to beg, but do a professional career. If we are not going to allow a person to seek a job for himself, and we are going to say that he is a criminal, I don't think the law is very beautiful. Law is very ruthless. Law is very cruel to him. That is what the magistrate felt. And later, seeing such kind of cases, he resigned. He is a magistrate at Delhi by name Char, and he resigned his post and he went as a lawyer to fight for the rights of those deprived and those who are marginalized. See, we have standing examples, and we have world leaders, leaders across the world who taught us how to eradicate poverty and how to develop our education methods, how to preserve nature. India has umpteen number of methods to have this kind of protection. But only thing is, we are talking about the future generations, but action is to be taken only now, this minute. Any moment of waiting is going to be suicidal. We are expected to cherish the nature, nourish the nature, and without allowing it to perish it, because earth is the...
Dr. R. Nadraj, IPS, the former Director General of Police, former Chairman of the Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission, and also the former Commissioner of Police of Chennai. He served in different capacities in police department. He's a wonderful officer and a very humankind officer, and he is very much interested on music and many other things. He served as a president of the Young Men Indian Association, now sitting as a member of the Legislative Assembly of Mylapore constituency. Sir, Mr. Natarajan sir, I saw his name.
Good evening to you. Vanakkam, vanakkam, vanakkam.
Vanakkam, sir.
I am there. Vanakkam, கேக்குதா?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
வணக்கம், வணக்கம், வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம். எனக்கு உங்க பேச கொண்டு வரேன். ஓகே, நீங்க பேசலாம் சார். எங்க உங்க பேச?
எல்லோருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்கள்.
பேசலாம் சார்.
எல்லோருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்கள். A very warm good evening to all of you. I'm very happy to participate in the 7th conference of the business community, Tamil diaspora business community, very thoughtfully organized by our dynamic Mr. V.R.S. Sampath, Dr. V.R.S. Sampath. Of course, I should have participated in the earlier conference, but due to other commitments, could not. And I decided I will see this from right from the beginning, the wonderful dance, the Bharatanatyam dance which you presented, and of course speeches by very eminent personalities. Of course, that is Sampath for you. With just a phone call, he can get everybody online. So that is his dynamism. So I'm very happy to be associated with this. Of course, I'm not going to talk for a very long time. Of course, Dr. Vimala, Justice Vimala, she gave a very detailed presentation. I wish she had presented the PowerPoint also. Would have been very useful for everybody. But I'm going to just give you a bird's eye view of the topic which has been given to me, namely only to highlight the important points. The responsibility of the corporate, their social responsibility in poverty alleviation. The வறுமை ஒழிப்பு என்றாலே அது வந்து செய்ய வேண்டியது அரசாங்கத்தினுடைய பொறுப்பு. எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும் 1971ஆம் வருடம் 1971 Madam Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, Prime Minister, she gave a slogan for her when she in 1971 when she dissolved the parliament and stood for election. Garibi Hatao was the main slogan. Garibi Hatao. Let us abolish poverty. Abolishing poverty we have been saying for decades, and the United Nations has been repeatedly saying sustainable development goals. Again, it is reiterated, and human rights also says that the poverty is a rights violation. மனித உரிமைகள் மீறல் என்றால் அது வந்து வறுமையின் கொடுமை என்று தெளிவாக கூறியிருக்கிறது. அப்படி இருக்கும் பொழுது கார்பரேட்ஸுக்கு என்ன ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி? Corporates, what is their responsibility in poverty alleviation? So, a quick, I will take you back in the independence, what we had. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, he visualized, he conceptualized the concept of mixed economy. Mr. Naganathan is there, our former chairman of the State Development Commission. And in the mixed economy, both the private sector and the public sector are to be given an assigned role. The commanding heights of economy, the core sector, namely steel, hydroelectric power, and other important major sectors, which has long gestation period. Any hydroelectric power or a thermal power, power sector, the gestation period is very, very long to harness the energy. And similarly, in mining, it's also a very long gestation period. Hydroelectric power, construction of dams, long gestation period. So he assigned public sector for this and private sector for other industries, other ancillary industries. And a small sector, medium sectors, they will have assigned role in the economy. This was the concept. So first 10-20 years, our growth was very, very slow. The Hindu rate of growth, as they said, and poverty continued. Our agricultural production was not keeping pace with our growing population. And our archaic methods of farming, the obsolete methods of farming also contributed to this, and we had to wait for the green revolution in the late 60s, which was again conceptualized by our own Mr. Subramaniam, Bharat Ratna Subramaniam, who was the agriculture minister, and of course Mr. M.S. Swaminathan. And we had the cereal production coming up, matching the growth in population. So these are all the variables which are there, and how to ensure that all this reaches the common man. In fact, before in the inaugural session, Mr. Dr. Vishwanathan spoke about the income inequality which is causing, which is affecting our index, happiness index. He was talking about that. So if you take a corporate, the role of a corporate is to create jobs. We want more and more industries because we want the job creation. Job creation will ensure alleviation of poverty, because once people have money in their hand for the work which they have, service which they have rendered, then automatically the money in rotation, it energizes the economy and production increases and service sectors grows and all those things we know. So the main role of a private sector, a corporate, is to make profit. But we should not say that is a sin. Making profit is not a sin. In fact, a successful private sector is good for the economy. A successful private sector is good for the economy. We want jobs, we want the economy to grow, but at the same time, our attitude towards the corporates also should change. So we say that, oh, this man is earning so much money, the labor is not being paid properly, so many issues are there. That is what Milton Friedman, way back in 1970, he said, what is corporate social responsibility? He defined it. He declared the corporate social responsibility is to make profits. That was in 1970. This is very, very, you may feel, oh my God, profit is not the only thing. You have to serve society. But if you, by making profit, by generating profit, by creating assets, by creating wealth, by providing jobs, he is also serving society. It's a very, very important thing. So a corporate social responsibility automatically comes once an industry, a private sector or a public sector, it establishes an industry. The responsibility to a very great extent is fulfilled. That area will definitely get the benefit, because the ideal public sector undertaking, the huge giant, our own navally declared corporation, NLC, is an exemplary, is a good example of how the place has grown, how Neyveli and surrounding areas have grown, how it has made a change in the lives of people in that area. It's a very backward area, but highly, very dense population. Virupuram and Kadalur, if you take, old South Arcot district, very densely populated, and nearly about 20-25 the members of the Legislative Assembly. That is the kind of size you have, the concentration of population. They're wanting jobs. So NLC provided that. It is an ideal public sector which served the people and also ensured that there is alleviation of poverty. வறுமை ஒழிப்புல அவங்க ஒரு முக்கியமான பங்கு வகித்தார்கள். அதே போல நீங்க ஸ்டீல் ஃபேக்டரி எடுத்து your Jamshedpur, our Tata Steel, it's a good example how a private sector ensured that the industry served the society. They made a township, they made an exemplary township with all the facilities. The labor was kept happy. They did not have to travel long distance. The factory was close by. So everything was taken care of, the education, the medical facility, everything was taken care of. And that is an ideal example of how a responsible corporate behaved towards the society. So what are the main components of the CSR? The main components of CSR are education, job creation, and hygiene, health, and skill development. These are all the important components of a corporate responsibility towards society. They create job by establishing the industry there, but how they are reaching out to the people there, how they are reaching out to them for their other needs of education, other needs of hygiene, other needs of health, all those things, how they are taking care. It's very, very important. And an industry which fulfills all that, that is an ideal industry, and it has to, and the government has to handhold to ensure that this particular thing is fulfilled. They have a very wrong concept of economic growth. Economic growth be equated to development. A real development is one where all the people get the benefit, get the share in the development. There cannot be, that is what Mr. Viswanathan was highlighting. Only a small percentage of the people, they get advantage of the wealth that is generated in the country. Then it cannot be, inequality will only increase. So we are equating economic growth with development. So your GDP is increasing. GDP is increasing, we're very happy. But the poverty is there. People are still living below the poverty line. How we are going to take up this particular thing? So if our focus is only on industry and the organized sector, that is what Mr. C. Subramaniam says. If our focus is only on industry, growth of industry, growth of organized sector, then people will not get the basic necessities. What is that if the focus is only on this, how about the hunger? How are we going to ensure that the fruits of development are reaching all the people? So this is very, very important. So for an industry to grow, industrial growth is very important for the growth of our society, for the growth of a nation. Industrial growth is required. But unfortunately in India, the population, which is basically agrarian, we're all agrarian population. Nearly 48% of our land, entire size of the country, 48% of the land is arable land. Arable land, and people are involved in agriculture. And this is a very huge, now we want a shift from agricultural operations to other sectors. The labor force is shift to say from 15-20% to 30-35 to 40% for development, so that people get all the jobs which they need, because the agriculture cannot give them all that they need, all that they require for their livelihood. It cannot provide. So there has to be a shift. So on the one hand, we have this kind of dichotomy. When you want to have industries or you want to have urbanization, more and more urbanization is also taking place. In fact, Tamil Nadu, the urbanization is more than 50%. More than 50%, the urbanization is going very, very fast. So when you have urbanization, when you have land required for industry, then you need land which are arable land, which has to be shifted to this. So the requirement So from 48% of the agricultural land will definitely come down to 44 or 45%. So people who are displaced like this, again, they have to be taken care of. Where will they go? How will they eke out their livelihood? And what is the compensation get? These are all the issues which the government has to think and ensure that this is their interests are properly taken care of. Rajasthan has come out with a very good scheme where any land is given, converted and given for industrial purpose or anything, the landholder will not, once he sells, he doesn't lose all the rights over the land. The rights over the land continues. So whenever there is an appreciation, he gets a compensation. He gets a job in the factory which is going to come up. His progeny, they will also get the benefit. If there is an increase in land price, he will get a share. So when this is done, then there is some kind of a adequate compensation which is provided when the land is used for urbanization or for establishing an industry. So here, the responsibility of the corporates is to ensure that wherever the industry they establish, the surrounding area, the people in that area are duly respected or taken care of. Now, government has provided incentives by way of tax deduction for spending on research, or for industries, corporates to spend on research, to spend on skill development, for education, hygiene, health. They get the tax rebate. How this is utilized? Some big industries, they have got a separate wing for corporate social responsibility. How we are going to spend some portion of the budget of the corporate is set apart for spending on these kind of initiatives. Keep the population in good cheer. It's very, very important. In fact, I can give an example of single teacher school, which I was a president. We used to get funding from the corporates and run the school, single teacher school in remote villages. There are about 17,000 villages in Tamil Nadu, 60,000 habitats, small village conglomerates are there. So in those areas, the children will not go to school. So we cannot go to school because it is far off and they have to work in the farm during the day. So in those areas, we formed a night school from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We ran a school. Now about 25,000 children are benefited. We have running about 1,500 schools. Local person who has got a basic education, he or she will be the teacher. It's a very successful scheme and for which the corporates are funding. So this is one way where, again, skill development is one thing. So Lazlo and Tubro is having a training center where the 10th dropouts, people who fail in school, they are given training, skill development there in masonry, in carpentry, in electrical fitting, and they are also provided jobs. They also provide a minimum about 10,000, 15,000 rupees job is also given to them. And Tamil Nadu is a destination because now the Tamil diaspora is there listening to this. Tamil Nadu is a chosen destination for all industries. And our former Chief Minister, Madam, she was the one, because she was the Chief Minister in 91, when India opened up. This LPG phenomenon, the liberalization took place. She was the Chief Minister and she opened, she offered a lot of industries, a lot of incentives. And she is not only a speaker of words, but doer of deeds. There are so many politicians who will give statements, will have all schemes on paper, but will not be executed. But she is a doer of deeds. And that is the reason why, over a period of time, the global investors meet has attracted so much of investment for Tamil Nadu. In fact, when she held the global investors meet, we were able to get investment to the tune of rupees 2,44,000 crores. And now our Honorable Chief Minister Edapadiya, when he held it, it was 3,05,000 crores of investment came to Tamil Nadu. So this is a chosen destination for industries, Tamil Nadu, mainly on two counts, because it is a very peaceful place. The security is very, very good. Law and order is well maintained. They've got a very traditional police which adheres to certain norms, irrespective of the political parties which are in power. And our labor force, a disciplined labor force, skilled labor force. It's very difficult to get a disciplined and skilled, intelligent labor force we have got. And Tamil Nadu, no wonder, is a chosen destination for the all industries to come here and do it. This is actually an opportunity for me to call upon everybody to take advantage of the situation here. And definitely, our party is going to form the next government. There's no doubt about it, because there is so much of enthusiasm and respect and goodwill that is generated at the groundswell of so much of support is there because of the action taken by the Honorable Chief Minister and various sectors. And I'm sure that in the years to come, Tamil Nadu will continue to be numero uno, because as of now, we are number one in administration, number one in every field, any field of activity. I'm sure this will continue. And I take this opportunity to wish all the Tamil diaspora, all the businessmen, the industrialists, entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, everybody, our sincere best wishes. May Godspeed in all your endeavors. And once again, I thank Mr. Sampath for having given this opportunity. இது இதயமார்ந்த என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நன்றிகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. You've given a wonderful speech, and also to explain about Tamil Nadu scene, and also Tamil Nadu opportunities for the investment and business and everything. The corporate social responsibility is a very important subject to do for a lot of public activities. Thank you, sir. Now I am requesting Mr. Neeraj Mittal, IAS, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Industrial Guidance and Export Guidance Investment Promotion Bureau, the investment and the business opportunities in Tamil Nadu. I am requesting Mr. Anand to share the screen. Yes. Okay.
Video leda.
On பண்ணுங்க.
To be here today in the virtual
Video
Global
na pante.
Summit 2020, the 7th World Tamil Economic Conference. I am grateful to Dr. V.R.S. Sampath and my colleague, Ambassador Mr. V. Mahalingam, who have given me this opportunity to present the economic and investment opportunities in the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a state which has grown to be the second largest economy. It captures almost 8% of the national GDP. Its GDP is equivalent to about 46th largest economy in the world. Has a high urbanization rate of over 50%. Tamil Nadu state is connected very well to the rest of the world through ports and airports. It is highly industrialized and home to 74 of Fortune 500 companies. As a company, one looks at power as a critical input, and we are surplus in power. We are in a leading position in renewable power and in providing good quality human labor. If you look at the infrastructure, as I said earlier, we have 4 international airports, 2 domestic airports, 4 large seaports, and a healthy internet connectivity. Tamil Nadu is well connected by airports, seaports, roads, and internet connectivity. We have about 14.8 terabits per second bandwidth landing at Tuticorin and at Chennai. The state has a very healthy industrial policy with capital subsidy given to most investments, and then a special purpose package which is sanctioned for any investments over 500 crores. We also provide for stamp duty concession, a greening support towards environmental protection, an electricity tax exemption, training subsidy for men and women, and in selective cases, a payroll subsidy is also provided. We also provide for land allotment concessions, especially the SIPCOT land and in southern districts. The industrial development in Tamil Nadu has been very widespread, and as you can see, it is spread right from the northern part to the southern part of the state. We have 93 industrial clusters comprising of government industrial parks, private industrial parks, special economic zones, and SIDCO parks. A lot of industrial estates in and around Chennai are very close to the airport, and that area has seen a lot of industrial growth and development. Similarly, the next round of growth is happening around Hosur, Bargur, Coimbatore industrial belt. The state also excels in ease of doing business and improving regulatory compliance burden. The state boasts of a very good single window portal, which is now being upgraded from offering 36 services to roughly another 200 services, which will make the entire process electronic. There are a lot of initiatives which have been taken, including elimination of renewal requirements, which imply that the businesses can go on to do their work without worrying about compliance burden. We have a very good state and district business reform action plan to simplify business processes at all levels across the state. The state has pioneered into launching something called BizBuddy, which is an electronic help portal for all the industries specifically. Any help request which is submitted to this portal is committed to be solved within 30 days. In recent times, almost 75 requests have been completely solved with a reduction of 80% in the processing time. Many other incentives have been taken in the state, and we are continuing to take them to ensure that industries can do business seamlessly in the state. Guidance is a custodian of enabling business processes through a single window portal, which actually covers all clearances right from obtaining land, obtaining construction permits, no objection certificates, electrical inspectorate, pollution control board approvals, and trade licenses as well. The BizBuddy portal has an inbuilt escalation matrix. It allows for SMS and email notifications, real online tracker, and a management information system for monitoring all the grievances across all the departments and officers in the state. The major focus sectors of the state comprise of automobile and auto component sector. Tamil Nadu stands apart from being a leader in this sector, with about 35% of the India's auto component production happening here. One car in 20 seconds is produced in Tamil Nadu, and one two-wheeler is produced every 6 seconds. We are the largest tire manufacturer in the country, with multiple R&D training centers here. As you can see, we have all the large big names as our partners in the state, including Daimler, Hyundai, PSA, MRF, Renault, etc. The other sector which the state is very well equipped to support is the electronics and hardware sector, and we rank the second in the entire country. We have 16% of the national production, and we export roughly $1.2 billion every year. All major companies are represented in Tamil Nadu, including Foxconn, Motorola, Nokia, Flextronics, Samsung, Dell. Upstream ecosystem and the downstream ecosystem are very great consumers of the electronics sector, and therefore the system is very, very vibrant. The general manufacturing sector, as is evinced from the largest concentration of industries in Tamil Nadu, we have the largest number of factories here. We exported roughly $2.5 billion of export, and we employ 1.5 lakh people by 3,000 large units. Large companies which are represented in Tamil Nadu are all for us to see, include Mitsubishi, Komatsu, BHEL, Toshiba, Vestas, Timken, and these all have made Tamil Nadu their home for a reason, because Tamil Nadu supports all of them tremendously. Chemicals and petrochemical sector is another area of growth for Tamil Nadu. We are the third in the country, and we produce 6% of the chemicals output. While we are growing at about 15.3%, it shows that there is tremendous potential. With over 20,000 acres of land in Thoothukudi, the southern district is all set to become a petrochemical hub with logistics efficiency and several new projects coming up in that area. Textiles and garmenting has always been famous, and Tirupur is well known for that. We export roughly $6 to $7 billion, and we employ 35% of the labor workforce here in this sector. The companies here can see that there is a large opportunity to expand into technical textiles and related sectors as a sunrise sector growth area. The next area of growth is the medical devices and pharmaceutical sector, where Tamil Nadu has a great future, and we look for investments in this area. We have about $1 billion of output, but we are growing rapidly, and we hope that the state will be a leader in the near medium term. The state is setting up a 330 acres Medipark in Chennai and a bulk drug park also near Chennai with the state-of-art infrastructure. We are no doubt the fifth largest manufacturing state with 400 companies, but we aim to become numero uno here as well. Tamil Nadu has been a land of agriculture, and therefore there is a great opportunity here to add value in this sector that will help increase the living standards of farmers. Agriculture contributes roughly 11% to Tamil Nadu's economy, and it sustains about 40% of our population. A host of companies are here who have made Tamil Nadu their home because of this excellent quality of raw material and food inputs, which can be processed and exported. We are the fourth largest state in food processing, and again here we aim to become numero uno in the medium term. Aerospace and defense sector is something which is growing very rapidly in the country, and Tamil Nadu is the second state which has a dedicated defense corridor. We are the first brownfield state to have this corridor. We already have an existing ecosystem of defense production, which you can see in the right hand side map: Chennai, Hosur, Coimbatore, Salem and Trichy and Erode, which comprises of this vibrant ecosystem. There are a lot of opportunities to invest in MRO, precision manufacturing in these areas, and we have a lot of companies present here, and we anticipate that this will be a great growth area in the near future. Renewable energy and manufacturing is another strength of Tamil Nadu, where we rank amongst the 9 global renewable energy destinations. We have a total installed renewable energy capacity of 14 gigawatts, and we export a lot of wind blades to US and other parts of the world. We generate roughly 8 gigawatts of wind power. The state is an ideal location to generate renewable energy both by wind and solar installation. All major players again are present in Tamil Nadu, and the upstream and downstream ecosystems provide tremendous opportunity for investors.
Mr. Anand, okay. Thank you, Mr. Neeraj Mittal, presented a very wonderful recorded speech. It will be very much useful to the state of about the participants to know about the state of Tamil Nadu. Now I am requesting Mr. Sridharan Madhusudanan, IFS, Joint Secretary, DPA, Ministry of External Affairs, and presenting a speech on Development Partnership Administration of ME, Ministry of External Affairs, opportunities for Indian companies. I am requesting Mr. Ambassador Mahalingam to introduce Mr. Sridharan Madhusudanan. Sir?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. Okay. You can introduce him.
It's not.
Yes.
Okay. My distinguished colleague, Mr. Sridharan Madhusudanan, is an officer of the 1996 batch of Indian Foreign Service. He is presently head and joint secretary of the Development Partnership Administration Division of the Ministry of External Affairs. Mr. Sridharan, earlier he was Director General of India Taipei Association in Taiwan and spokesperson and head of the Press, Information and Culture wing of the Indian Embassy in Washington. He served in capacities in the Embassy of India, Beijing, China, Indian Consulate in Hong Kong, and Indian High Commission in Fiji Islands. Mr. Sridharan Madhusudanan is also an author. He is a multilingual diplomat who has mastered the Mandarin, the Chinese language, and he has translated books from Tamil to the Chinese language and vice versa. I request Mr. Sridharan Madhusudanan to speak now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you, sir. Dr. Sampath and my illustrious senior Ambassador Mahalingam and all the great leaders. Before I start, I think I should confess that I am feeling very wealthy this evening. The reason why I'm feeling very wealthy is because the way Thiruvallur puts it. In Kural 411, Thiruvallur says, of all the wealth you have in the world, the most amazing wealth is a wealth of knowledge you get through your ears. Selvathul selvam, sevicellam. Achellum selvathul ellam thalai. This evening, listening to all these illustrious speakers, I'm feeling very enriched, very wealthy. having said that, because we have such a great speakers list, I'm not intending to take more time. I just want to share my surprise when I joined this division in Development Partnership Administration. You know, India, we all know that India has been working with the global nations, and our growth is partly something that it's a give and take. But what I found after coming to this division is that India is actually one of the great donors or development partner. Currently, my division, which gives loans to foreign countries, these are concessional loans, and we give to foreign countries. We are actually giving loans to 64 countries in the world. And the amount is increasing. We have been giving from 2005, but in the recent 5 years, this loan portfolio has tripled. So we have been giving more loans, we have been giving larger loans to the countries. Currently, we are giving loans to the tune of 32 billion US dollar to 64 countries around the world. What this means, if you are in India, what this means to you. This 32 billion US dollar loans will be executed mainly through Indian companies. It can be in any sector. I will come to that slightly later. It can be in any sector. But this means that the huge opportunity for Indian companies to go out to another country and showcase what is India's capacity in creating, say, an infrastructure project or an agriculture project or an irrigation project or a connectivity project like railway project. So all these projects are available now. We are actually handling 660 projects around the world. It's a huge opportunity in diverse sectors. And that is the first point I wanted to say, that India as a concessional loan giver is making its mark in the world, and that provides a huge opportunity for Indian companies. Secondly, what distinguishes why Indian concessional loans are becoming so famous? As I said, we have been giving it from 2005, but if I see the number, just in the last 5 years, our loan portfolio has tripled. It is not even 10%, 15%. It's 100%, that 100% becoming another 100%, that 100% becoming another 100% in the last 5 years. So why it is? Firstly, our loan portfolio, our projects, our development projects approach is demand-driven. We are asking the partner countries, what do you want? We are not saying we want to do this to you. We just let them decide. Even if there are some small countries, we are actually working with, as I said, 64 countries. Some of the countries are huge. Actually, we have given a loan to Russia. And then we are giving small loans, say to Fiji Islands or something, some smaller countries. So we are handling big countries, we are handling small countries, but wherever we go, we tell them, what do you want? How do you want to work with us? In whatever way we can help you, let us know. And I know that some of the leaders also share this knowledge with me, that some countries, they do not have a capacity to formulate a project. Actually, Ambassador Mahalingam, he has worked in some of these countries, and he knows clearly that some of the countries, they need some help in even formulating the project. So now we have introduced a mechanism in which we can actually give money to formulate the project. We send some experts, they go to this country and look around, oh, your dairy industry is like this. Would you like to have a project like this? Oh, your water is like this. Would you like to have an irrigation project, right? So we give money to formulate the project. When the project is coming, then we fund the project, execute it, hand it over. Final point. First point, I said, this is the way our portfolio, development portfolio is huge. It's growing. We are covering 660 projects with $32 billion in 64 countries. That's the first point. Second point, how we do it. How we do it, we ask the countries what do you want and then help them from the formulation to the execution. Finally, if you are an Indian company or if you are interested in Indian economy, how you can benefit from it. All these projects are open tender projects. Anybody can participate in this 32 billion portfolio. What is 32 billion portfolio in Indian rupees? It's 240,000 crores of rupees. That is the business we are talking about. 240,000 crores of Indian rupees of business, which is completely transparent, completely tendered, and we work with the local governments, asking them, say a country says, I want to build a hospital. Then we say, okay, which companies in India have experience in building hospitals? We make a short list. Then we tell them, okay, you participate in this, and then they participate, and the country and the Exim Bank of India put together, they select a company, then we release the advance money, they execute the project. So if you are an Indian corporation or if you are interested in Indian industry, this is a huge opportunity. And as I said, this has grown 3 times in the last 5 years. I personally could see it only growing up and up because we see it as a very, very mutual beneficial program. What India gets, you go around the world in 64 countries, people are talking about, oh, this project was done by India. These are friends from India. Now we are giving some ambulances to somebody, we are giving buses to somebody, we are building a dam somewhere, we are building a road somewhere. So everywhere people of the world are talking about, oh, Indian products are very good and Indian project is very good. So this is what we are getting. This is what our interest. At the same time, the partnership countries, they get some projects which they may not have a technical expertise to execute, or currently they may not have a fund to execute. And we supply both. We tell them, okay, you take the fund and here is the technical expertise this company can bring in and we can execute it. So I think if you see all the 3 aspects, how big is the project, how it is growing, how we are executing the project, and what benefit both sides can get. I think it's a win-win situation, and I welcome all of you to participate in this event and in this progress. It's a partnership, and I welcome any of you have any doubts. Please check the Exim Bank of India websites. They have all the information. And I again take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sampath and Ambassador Mahalingam for providing me this wonderful opportunity. I feel richer, wealthy after listening to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are sitting in a very wonderful post in Delhi from Tamil Nadu, and also to helping for India's image in the international level, to giving a grant and a loan and a fund to international third world countries to implement many projects. It is a very, very important role of India. So I am very happy about your participation and presented a wonderful report on that. Thanks a lot. But I'm personally thanking Mr. Mahalingam to chosen a right person in this conference to give a speech. Next time, requesting our good friend, Dr. Raghavan Sitaraman. He is from Chennai and also is sitting in Doha, Qatar for the past many years as a chief executive officer. Also is a very, very strong and popular and also resourceful banker internationally. He is participating all international banking sector activities in Western countries, Eastern countries, and Middle East. So his participation, this is the first time, he is one of the pattern of our conference. He is He's one of the patron of our conference, giving a support for many times for our conference. So I am very happy to welcome Dr. Raghavan Sitaraman to present his speech on changing dynamics and opportunities on post-COVID. Sir, you can start your speech, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath.
Yeah.
2020 நமக்கு வழங்குகின்ற மெட்ராஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட் சொசைட்டியுடைய நிறுவனர் ஃபவுண்டர் டாக்டர் சம்பத் அவர்களே மற்றும் அதனுடைய குழுமத்தினுடைய அங்கத்தினர்களே, என் தமிழ் நெஞ்சங்களே, உங்களை அனைவரையும் இந்த இணையதளம் மூலமாக காண்பதிலே நான் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இந்த 7வது உலக தமிழ் பொருளாதார மாநாட்டிலே கிட்டத்தட்ட 6 மாநாட்டிலே பங்கு பெறக்கூடிய நானோ அல்லது என்னுடைய நிறுவனமோ பங்கு பெறக்கூடிய ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கிடைத்தது. இந்தியாவாக இருக்கட்டும், சென்னையாக இருக்கட்டும், அல்லது பாண்டிச்சேரி ஆக இருக்கட்டும், அல்லது துபாயாக இருக்கட்டும். 2வது உலக தமிழ் பொருளாதார மாநாடு துபாயில் நடந்தது 2011. அதற்கு பிறகு டர்பன். இப்படி ஒரு அயராத உழைப்பின் அடையாளமாக எனது அருமை நண்பர் சம்பத் அவர்கள் திகழ்கிறார்கள். அவருடைய முயற்சி மீண்டும் மீண்டும் வளர வேண்டும். குறிப்பாக இந்த வருடமும் விடாமல் இணையதளம் மூலமாக நம்மை இணைத்து வைத்திருக்கிறார். பல்வேறு நாட்டிலிருந்து வர்த்தகர்கள், வங்கியாளர்கள், என்னை போன்ற வங்கியாளர்கள், பொருளாதார நிபுணர்கள், அரசியல்வாதிகள் எல்லோரும் இங்கு கலந்துர கருத்தரங்கங்கள், கட்டுரைகள் என்று நமக்கெல்லாம் பெரிய விருந்தினை அவர்கள் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். கலையையும் சேர்த்து கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். இது மிகப்பெரிய முயற்சி. அதற்கு என் வாழ்த்துக்கள். நன்றி. We live in a changing world. Extraordinary set of changes and challenges are happening. In the last 10 months, we have seen the reflection of 80 million people impacted. Nearly 1.8 million people have lost their lives. This is not an ordinary pandemic. This is not a disaster, simple disaster. This is complete disruption to the world. While we recognize the human loss is extraordinary, the risk if we have to measure it, it is economic risk, it is social risk, it is human risk, it is environmental risk. Economic risk globally, we all came together, the economists, the technicians, technocrats, central bankers, finance ministers, politicians have come together to put in not less than $30 trillion to sustain from this disaster to business continuity. That's the level of commitment. Nearly 10% of the global GDP today is being pumped in every pocket of the world. Now, if in substance, if you look at it, improving the debt servicing capacity, ensuring liquidity is not moving into solvency issue or bankruptcy, that's a major support. Every single country in the world, 194 countries are engaged in it, and they have recognized this is a great recession after 1930 depression. So decisions taken are all to ignite that we have to have business continuity, sustainable value creation. That's what exactly everyone is embarked in, and to a large extent, the humanity is saved now today. If you look at the paralysis, it's not a simple disruption, it's complete paralysis in terms of business. Now we have to understand, it's not confined to only economics. Human loss we have seen, social reflection, including social distancing, hygiene, and ensuring healthcare systems are not broken. All of a sudden, If you look back, do we want to forget 2020? The answer is yes and no. The answer is yes, simply because the tragedy, what we have witnessed, the disruptions and the discomfort we all have gone through. But the lessons learned is going to be much more meaningful. The knowledge which we procure is going to be much more useful for us to reignite the minds of everyone. And so-called sustainable value chain everyone has talked about. Let's review in prospects what is likely to come and why this changing dynamics is going to be a value proposition which is positive, constructive, and meaningful travel. Now, when it comes to the environment side, increasing temperature, increasing sea levels, animal extinction, increasing temperature, we have seen the reflection across the globe. It is not predictable in substance. Food security is getting challenged, and we have seen the reflection of carbon emission. Now, if you look at the carbon emission, 27% of the global carbon emission comes from China, 15% from the United States, 10% from Europe, 7% from India. Now, how to create a carbon neutral society, how to make sure we produce a world, which protect this world for our children and grandchildren. And that's the major focus we have all had when we define the Sustainable Development Goal, when we change the Millennium Development Goal into Sustainable Development Goal way back in 2015. This crisis is an opportunity. Think about it. Now, global powers, whether it is G20, last month when it was in Saudi Arabia, or BRIC in October, or for the matter, RCEP, APEC. If you look at the global powers are all coming together and they are talking about sustainable environment. And that's the root cause for protecting this planet. So that's what precisely the lesson learned. The climate financing, ensuring you move from fossil fuel to renewables, solar, wind, biomass. Biodiversity is looked at with absolute vigor and reinvigoration in terms of creating a carbon neutral society. And that's most important. So is this change? Is a positive reflection? The answer is yes. We also have to, every corporate, as part of social responsibility now, ESG reporting, social governance reporting is a must. That's a positive reflection. It is not economics, it is economics. Convergence of ecology and economics have to come in substance to make sure we produce economics with bigger acceleration. If you understand, if you factor the changing dynamics, alternatives which are available, then you can increase the productivity, improve the gross domestic product. And that's what the lessons every politicians, every government across the globe, every technocrat have been emphasizing, and that becomes the new norm. The resultant variant is extraordinary. Bankers like me, last 20 years, I have been advocating global warming and climate change, how to create green banking. Right from 2004 to 2007, I was wearing a fancy dress, buying a alligator mock-up in Hamlet Toys in London, and a python, and say, this is global warming, this is climate change. I was doing a technical presentation right from Tokyo to Nagoya to Washington. I finished in 2007. A portion of the risk-weighted capital based on the carbon emission, whether it is Kyoto Protocol or otherwise. The conference of the parties every year is happening, but for this year. Next year is going to be in Glasgow, UK. COP18 we hosted in 2012 in Doha. So we wanted to make sure a portion of the risk-weighted capital based on the compliance architecture, you have to invest or lend trillions of dollars it will come. If you look at the banking credit expansion every year, a portion, if you have to invest on these sustainable development projects, you can reduce the carbon emission. That's one piece of information for you. So this crisis, the change in dynamics, is an opportunity. Recognize this. Now, everyone's talked about a poverty alleviation. It's not poverty alleviation alone is sufficient. You have to eliminate extreme poverty. Global warming, climate change, food security, poverty eradication are all interconnected, interdependent. Now, in substance, you have to recognize these variants are interdependent, and if you have to eradicate, then you have to have a combined forces and the policy framework. Today, this crisis has given us extraordinary opportunities for us to build food security. You have seen the reflection immediately in February and March, supermarkets were in rush. Even developed countries couldn't hold it. They have to make sure supply chains, when it got disrupted, they produced alternates and they made sure somehow they fed the population. In terms of global economics, we have seen the reflection. Aggregate growth this year, 4.4% contraction. Next year, it's going to be nearly 5.2% growth. Global trade is contracted by 9.7%. It's going to grow. Advanced economies, to a large extent, 5.9% is the momentum. We thought we will have contraction. It resulted in almost 6%, 6.2%. And next year, there is going to be a growth of 3.9%. Emerging markets, so-called developing economies, were contracted nearly 3.6%. Next year is going to be 6.6% growth. Countries like India, 10.4% is the contraction. They're going to move nearly 8.8%. Middle East and Central Asia is going to be contracted this year, 4.5%. Next year, growth is not less than 3%. That's the global matrix. The reason why I'm bringing in is if you factor economics into economics, your momentum is visible. And that's what everyone has to engage in. That's where the food security comes in. That's where steps towards, initiatives towards eradicating extreme poverty comes in. Look at the gender equality again. This crisis has given us enormous amount of opportunity to recognize, irrespective of the caste, creed, race, religion, gender, it has impacted. Rich or poor, again. It's God sent to change and transform this world. Take it. Let's understand these dynamics. So far, the world was artificial in having only external drive. They locked that down so that you have internal integration between your heart and mind. That's consciousness. Integrating your heart and mind is consciousness. That is precisely, you call it as meditation. That is what the breathing is all about. That's what your human design is all about. The only substance which keeps us connected going from the birth to death is the air. If you purify it by the process, scientific process, whether you call it as yoga or otherwise, you have longevity in place. And that's the message you are getting in. Where it got infected, it is your throat and your nose. So, enormous amount of healthcare has been focused. Gender equality has been focused. Education again. Today, onshore, offshore, online, offline education. Education is not a textbook stuff. Keep discovering your ignorance is what education is all about. 60 years before, I thought I knew everything. Today, I keep discovering my ignorance. Now, continuous reorganization in education pattern. Today, from the village, a working woman can have complete access to information. We are building a knowledge economy. That's a major change in the world. That's the changing dynamics we were aspiring for. Bring literacy to the whole world. By bringing literacy, you're going to ensure their sustenance is meaningful. Social justice comes in. Functional freedom comes in. Gender equality comes in. So this crisis has forced us to go for online, offline education, onshore, offshore education. Gender equality has been ignited, reignited, reinvigorated to make sure we have better prospects to be a human. Look at the digital governance. Another great opportunity, artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things. Every day we are having minimum gadgets being bought 5.5 million. Today, the world has got not less than 50 billion. How much? 50 billion gadgets today around the world. That's improving the overall status of the world, status of humankind. The COVID-19 has accelerated the digital governance. What does it mean? It means improving the state of the world, ensuring if there is a convergence in all these prospects, including your business model. I defined the 4 risks: economic risk, social risk, human risk, environmental risk. But the solutions are very many. What are the solutions? That's what is going to reignite the new world. The digital governance also enabled us to create a knowledge society that's interconnected, interdependent. You are not location-centric, you are information-centric. You are not product-centric, you are consumer-centric, and you redefine the complete business model, whichever be the industry you come from. Whichever be the industry you come from. Every single change, every single sector is getting changed. Personal lifestyle has changed. Absolutely, it's reorganization. Good. We are socially conscious. We are maintaining healthcare. Our longevity is enhanced. Our lifestyle is improved in substance. So, huge amount of opportunity is cropping up in terms of reorganization, in terms of business modeling and remodeling. How do we change the business? Take, for example, banking. Transaction-based processing. Nearly in the last 10 months has moved. When I say transaction-based processing, let us say retail. It is not retail anymore. It is all digital access, omni-channels, unifying messages, ensuring customer gets the convenience, it gets cost-effective mechanism. It comes in internet banking, mobile banking, GPRS. It comes in mobility to the core. And e-commerce market is trillions of dollars are being pumped in the last 10 months. Look at the opportunity in terms of business remodeling. Why are we underestimating the opportunity on account of this crisis? Transaction-based processing, customer behavior has changed. Nearly 80-85% of the customers today don't want to visit retail outlets, whether it is apparel industry or a banking. That's a huge reorganization. Look at every part of digital governance impacting and remodeling in terms of business. Now, concierge, you can book your hotel. You are doing a virtual conference as we speak here. You're connecting the global resources. You don't need to physically transport, saving up time, saving up carbon emission. And again, we are globally, we are getting the resource. You are upskilling, you are reskilling. What an opportunity. What an opportunity for us to recognize. So, huge amount of opportunity cropping up in terms of business remodeling. Restructuring of a debt. This crisis has given us enormous lessons that we have to live within the means. Countries have been overdriven. If you look at the global GDP, 80 trillion, 85 trillion, if you have 350 trillion as a global debt, look at the borrowing. Who is going to repay for it? Your future generation. What are you trying to give us a legacy? Live within your means. Live within your means. That's the message we are getting. You have to restructure it. You have to have ease of doing business. You have to necessarily make sure you have interest rate reduction. There will be global inflation will be down for a few years. Interest rate has been put to rest. Hike has been put to rest. So that's a huge amount of monetary policy and fiscal prudence coming up. The financial Alignment between the monetary policy and fiscal policy is what every country is engaged in. That's a huge development in the financial discipline to the world. Why are we ignoring it? I've seen a lot of judges here. Justice is truth in action. If that is justice is integrity. Today, commercial courts are happening through web. So e-channels are today disposing every dispute resolutions today coming on online. That is a bureaucracy. It's all getting eliminated. What a beauty. What a beauty of this crisis. We have to have speed in action. That is what the truth is all about. So we have to necessarily make sure the victims are rightly, given justice. Today, commercial or criminal or civil cases today are all coming through digital channels. Now, anti-money laundering and combating financing terrorism, there's another major issue. Today's global security was at stake and is at stake today as well. Because parallel power, money, black money, parallel money, that was killing the world. Countries like India. India is not poor people are there in India. India is rich. What has happened? We all know the parallel money. Now with the digital governance, you can eliminate the parallel money. Countries are now thinking about, technocrats, the central bankers are thinking about issuing digital currency. It means the barometer as an economy will come in digital form. What does it tell you? There cannot be a parallel money. Everything is online, everything is tracked, and you are completely bringing transparency and trust. So you will eliminate slowly but steadily. Not only demonetization was brought in 2016. Now we see the value in it. Every application today is digital. A 1 rupee coffee you need or tea you need in Indian tea shops, you can use apps. Banks are enabling. Parallel money should be killed because that's a national security issue. Globally, anti-money laundering, combating financing terrorism, cyber security is going to be the major thrust. By this crisis, we are accelerating the cyber security. By this crisis, we are eliminating and scissoring the parallel money, black money. No more black money. Everything is transparent. Everything is declared. Compliance architecture is going to be so meaningful. Today, this crisis has enabled us to give better humanity. We have to protect from this crisis. So today, the new world order, this crisis is God sent. Understand the dynamics of these changes. While it is tragedy, we lost 1.8 million people. The world was disrupted. But the benefits is enduring. Benefits is enriching. Let's go back to Gandhi's word and I close it. Knowledge without character. Politics without principles. Pleasure without consciousness. Religion without sacrifice. Commerce without morality. Science without humanity are all 7 sins. The 7 sins can never be accepted. It is not situational ethics. Truth in action again. The consciousness again. Corporate consciousness, human consciousness. Live as human beings. Love the humanity. More than ever, people are interconnected. More than ever, people are understanding this world is not permanent. More than ever, people are recognizing this is a transitory phase. It's a passage of time. By a wink of an eye, we will change the form. You are not the body. You are not the mind. We recognize this. This crisis has taught us this. If you want a short-term solution, you build flowers. If you want a medium-term solution, you build trees. If you want long-term, you build eternity, humanity. And that's what this crisis is all about. With this, I reiterate my stand. This crisis is a great opportunity for humanity, human dignity, human prosperity. Every single sustainable value chain, if you interpret, you have value streaming is on. Just a beginning. Embrace this change. Ensure we build better humanity, human prosperity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Nandri, Vanakam.
Thank you, Dr. Sitaraman. நீங்கள் ஒரு தலை சிறந்த பேச்சாளர், தகுதி வாய்ந்த பேச்சாளர், விஷயமறிந்த பேச்சாளர், விவரங்களை சொல்லும் பேச்சாளர், அனைவரையும் ஈர்க்கும் பேச்சாளர், உபயோகரமான பேச்சுக்களை சொல்லும் பேச்சாளர் என்பதை நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கணமும் நிரூபித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். எந்த வருடம் பேசினாலும் எப்போது பேசினாலும் இன்றைக்கு இருக்கிற பிரச்சனைகளை எடுத்துச் சொல்வதில் உங்களை போல் வல்லவர் யாரும் இல்லை. நீங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய சொத்து. நீங்கள் இன்றைக்கு மத்திய நாடுகளிலே தலை சிறந்து விளங்குவது எங்களுக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. இந்த கொரோனா குறித்து நீங்கள் விரிவான விளக்கத்தை சொல்லி நல்ல ஒரு ஆலோசனைகளை எல்லாம் சொல்லி புள்ளி விவரங்களை எல்லாம் சொல்லி பேசிய பேச்சுக்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியும் வணக்கமும். It is a wonderful speech and also very useful and informative speech. Thank you, sir. Now I am requesting my good friend, Dr. Miss Lalita Kumar Mangalam, former chairperson, National Commission for Women. She's Rajakumari will introduce formally, because I know her very well, because when I studied a Master of Law, when she was studied in a MBA in Madras University, we are friends from 1977, and she elevated different positions, different field. She's a daughter of Mohan Kumar Mangalam, daughter of Mohan Kumar Mangalam, granddaughter of the first Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Subbaraya. Rajakumari? Rajakumari?
Yes, I'm here.
You can present this biodata. Okay. You want to present? You can present. Okay.
Ms. Lalita Kumar Mangalam is a politician and a social thinker from the reputed Mohan Kumar Mangalam family, the renowned communist ideologue. Mrs. Lalita Kumar Mangalam has extensive experience in working towards the empowerment and advancement of women from the vulnerable and underprivileged section of society, and has been the former chairperson of the National Commission for Women. I welcome you, madam.
Okay. Thank you. You can unmute your mic. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதலில் I want to thank my old friend Sampath ji for inviting me and in the opportunity கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு. And I must not fail in எல்லோருக்கும், நண்பர்கள், பெரியவர்கள், தலைவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் என் நன்றியை மாத்திரம் தெரிவித்து கொள்ளல. நான் வருகின்ற 2021 மற்றும் பொங்கலுக்கு எல்லோருக்கும் என்னோட நல் வாழ்த்துகள். Having said this, Sampath has chosen a very interesting topic for me. I hope I can do justice. I am here to talk about soft power and how soft power can be used for the development of the Tamil community, Tamil Nadu, மற்றும் throughout the world. I will speak in a mixture of English and Tamil. Please forgive me, because I think there are many people from outside of Tamil Nadu who will probably be able to follow it easier if I speak in a mixture of Tamil and English. Mudalil, my condolences to all our Tamil brothers and sisters who have been affected by this horrible epidemic. And I would like to assure you that good days are ahead. Let us stand together, and with faith, we will conquer and we will come back and prosper. 2020 has also had some good news. Several of the honorable speakers before me have spoken about the fact that a lady with roots in Mannargudi, Tamil Nadu is today the first colored woman to be the first woman vice president of the United States of America. A huge compliment to, I think, our Tamil community, and especially her mother, who had instilled in her daughter the discipline, the desire, and of course the competence that she needed to get to this post. Now, there are many of us attending this conference. Namma ellorume Tamilargal. தனி தனி ஜாதத்தின் தனி தனி மதத்திலிருந்து we may have different nationalities, but essentially எல்லோருமே நாம தமிழர்கள். This is what binds us together. Our common culture, our common history, of course, our common language. It should be languages because I think all of us are also bound by English and Tamil. Now, what we forget very often you see, the thing is that most of us Tamilians who have left the country and gone abroad have done extremely well. We are bankers, we are scientists, we are politicians, we are doctors, we are lawyers, we are engineers. We help run the software industry throughout the world, not just in India. We've all done extremely well. The fact also is that compared to most other states in India, Tamil Nadu is better off than most states. Sorry, we are the second most industrialized state, the fourth most urbanized state. But Tamil Nadu still has its own problems. We are very divided, deeply divided politically sometimes. There is still more corruption in our governance than many people would like to see. However, we still are amongst the best governed states in the country. How can we use soft power to help not only people within Tamil Nadu, but also Tamilians all over the world? And what is soft power? Soft power is not using either coercion, like China does, or paying people, using money to get people to agree with us, to work with us, to be on the same side as us. Tamilians are there all over the world, but traditionally we have looked at Tamilians who have migrated to more the Western, what we call the Western countries, Australia, Europe, America, Canada, etc. However, the truth is that historically, culturally, socio-culturally especially, Tamil Nadu is much closer to nations like Mauritius, to nations like Fiji, to Vietnam, to Cambodia, to Japan. We have our religion, our culture still dominates those places. The biggest Hindu temple in the world is Angkor Wat, which is not in India, it's in Southeast Asia. Tamil Nadu also has the capacity to teach other people not only on social cultural issues, but like I said, in IT, we are amongst the most skilled workforce in India. And this is because our education levels are very high. However, we still have certain problems. As Justice Vimla, avanga pesnanga environment patti. Suttupula nila is a huge problem in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has almost been totally desertified. There is technology available, both traditional technology within our own country, but also there is various forms of other technology. For example, drip irrigation in agriculture, which I'm sure the gentleman who spoke before me will be able to help us to access. For example, the training needed to be given to our farmers to switch from water-hungry crops to crops that are probably better for health, like again, one of the speakers before me spoke about the moringa. Namma muringakai maram. Muringakai is a fruit and a tree that is almost self-sustaining. It doesn't need much water. It is extraordinarily good for health, whether it is of babies or mothers or old people or sports persons, anybody across the board. It is a wonder tree and a wonder fruit and vegetable. And varakai, varaparam and varakai. We forget that in Tamil Nadu, we have a huge amount of natural resources. Apart from our culture and our undoubted talent, we have a huge amount of natural resources which we can share with others. And we need to remember our own history. Today in Tamil Nadu, I find in our schools, we learn more about the Portuguese and the British and the Americans than about our South Indian history. How many of us remember that the Chola dynasty were the biggest traders ever probably in history? Documented, recorded, but because we don't read about it in our history books, namakku நம்ம வரலாற்றை பத்தியே நமக்கு ரொம்ப குறைவா தெரியுது. Especially our younger generation needs to be brought up to understand, not only speak the Tamil language, which of course is compulsory, but also to understand the depth of our culture and our history. Tamil Nadu has had, at one time, the Tamil presidency extended from the south, from the middle of Orissa, right to down to Cape Comorin, to Kanyakumari, and then upwards to the south of Maharashtra. But today we are just one state, and we are fighting amongst ourselves politically, we are fighting amongst ourselves on religious lines, on various other lines, which perhaps we should forget. Soft power lies in cooperation. Soft power lies in unity. Soft power lies in understanding the other person's problem and trying to help them. Tamilians have always been a very intelligent, very aware, very empathetic race. We are not a warrior race. Yes, there are communities within us which are considered more warrior-like than others, but we were never a warrior race. We were people who conquered the shores of Southeast Asia and South Asia through trade, through commerce, through sending our value systems abroad, whether it was in education, whether it was our knowledge in health, whether it was many other things that we shared with them, often on a very amicable, on a very friendly, on a very generous platform. This is what we need to do for Tamilians worldwide. Not every Tamilian has been successful. Not every Tamilian is like all of us who are speaking and who have had the opportunity to attend this conference. That is, we are Tamilians who are economically and financially sound. But there are many, many Tamilians still throughout the world who may need our help, not only in building up their businesses, but perhaps for education, for health reasons. And we have a rising problem in the fact that the members, the joint family system has broken down, as we know, even in Tamil Nadu, all over the world, not just in India, but all over the world. And we have a lot of older Tamilians who need our help in the last years of their life to live with dignity. இது வெறும் பொருளாதார விஷயங்கள் இல்ல. We are talking about a life with dignity in the last years of people's lives. Maybe all of us, I'm not saying இது NRI தமிழர்களுக்கு மாற்று நான் சொல்லல. நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிறவங்க இல்ல இந்தியால இருக்கிறவங்க தமிழர்கள் நம்ம எல்லோருமே சேர்ந்து நம்ம குடும்பத்தின் வயசானவங்களுக்கு, நம்ம குடும்பத்தின் சீனியர் மெம்பர்ஸ்க்காக நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ஈடுபடணும். I think we need to come forward and do it, perhaps whether it is under the CSR of industries, whether it is as a business proposition where we monetize our soft power, whether it is where we teach older people to be independent and to be able to manage their finances better. There are many, many aspects to this. Apart from this, we also need to talk about, and we need to also look at, we need to promote Tamilian food. Indian food is famous throughout the world, but Tamilian food is not just dosa and idli and sambar. We have Chettinad food. We have, I don't know how many times of biryani there is in Tamil Nadu. We have so much good in our food. I know we have Chettinad food. I know that we have Gounder food. I mean, the vegetarian food irukku namakku incomparable, if you ask me, throughout the world. Our use of vegetables, our use of roots. நம்ம எல்லோருமே திருச்சி தஞ்சாவூர்ல இருந்து வர்றவங்க பிரண்ட சட்னி சாப்பிட்டு இருப்போம். How many other people know about it? It's not only nutritious, it's easy to grow, it's sustainable. Tamilians have practiced sustainable living for generations, for hundreds of years, for millennia. This knowledge we need to again re-energize in a way. We need to regather. We must put together perhaps a compendium of our traditional knowledge in food, in culture, in sustainable living, in how to maximize our water resources, in making sure that Tamil Nadu is the leader, and Tamilians worldwide are part of this initiative, is the leader in not reforestation, but in seeing that as a state, Tamil Nadu stops suffering from the environmental damages that we are going through. This year alone, how many cyclones have hit us? Most of this is due to environmental problems. Yes, India is not the biggest environmental polluter in the world. That is probably China and then the US. But it doesn't mean that we should not use our good offices of all of us, all over the world. நம்ம எல்லோருமே ஒண்ணா சேர்ந்து இந்த பிரச்சனையை தீர்வு காண்றதுக்கு ஈடுபட்டுதான் ஆகணும். This is also soft power. We need to teach people abroad. Maybe bring in scholars to Tamil Nadu or throughout India. Maybe initiate chairs in various universities all over the world, where we can talk Tamil chairs, where we can teach people about our culture, in many ways, the knowledge and the depth and knowledge that we have in culture, in our foods, in everything. I think Tamilians are amongst the most superior races in the world. Maybe I'm sounding very, a little too pro-Tamilian, but I am a Tamilian. So I really feel that we have a depth of life, a knowledge of life, of sustainable life, that is lost often in just our economic development of the state. Life is not just about economic development. Life is about many other things. And this is what soft power is. In places, perhaps we need to monetize our soft power. For example, we have so many IS officers, but I think we have fewer IFS officers. India actually has far few IFS officers than even New Zealand. New Zealand has more people in their foreign service than we do. Why don't we Tamilians look at consciously training our youngsters to appear for the IFS, help them to get through it, and actually push what Tamil Nadu's essence is about, our culture, our food, everything else, our way of life, in order to be able to build a bank of, say, soft power. Not just a bank like our friend from Doha Bank, but also a bank of goodwill. Now, that is what soft power is about, goodwill from other countries. I don't know if I've run out of time, but I can hear the bell ringing. So, I would like to say that, soft power is a very underestimated thing. It is a strength that most people don't even understand. And it is not that soft power cannot be monetized, cannot be economically self-sustaining, cannot be economically good for not just India and Tamil Nadu, but for the whole world. And we are a particular source of soft power that I think through our education, through our values, through our customs, through the way we live, we can really, in a sense, maximize, well, life, and a good quality life for all Tamilians throughout the world. So once again, I thank my friend Sampath, and thank you for this opportunity. I hope I made some sense. I did not want to talk politics or about women, which is supposed to be the two fields where I'm a so-called expert. But I do know, and women know this very well, that soft power is something that can move mountains. So I suggest that we also look at, the strength that being intrinsically, that is Tamil, being Tamilian is, and that we band together to use our soft power for everybody's good. Thank you. Nandri, vanakkam.
Thanks, my good friend. Thanks, Dr. Mrs. Lalita Kumaramangalam. Lalita Kumaramangalam, not simply as a politician, social worker, academician, public personality. She served a lot in Salem for the AIDS prevention. Many other things. Because I've seen her from 1977 till whenever I used to go to Delhi, I used to meet her. She's always spending her time for academically and politically very strong. She's giving a very good debate, participating debate in NDTV and other TV on behalf of the ruling party of Government of India, New Delhi. So my best wishes for her career. She must be an ambassador or a governor very soon. My best wishes from all Tamil community all over the world. Now I am requesting.
Thank you, Sampath.
Sri Priya Varadeswaran. Sri Priya Varadeswaran is there? Okay. Pesla unmute your mic. Yes.
Malay Vanakkam. First of all, Dr. V.R.S. Sampath of...
One minute. Sri Priya Varadeswaran from Chicago. Actually, she's basing from Dindigul, Kodaikanal area. She moved to America for a long time back. She lived there for 20 years. After that, she moved to come back to India and Chennai and Tamil Nadu. She is running in a hotel. So she's having a very strong, long history about lifestyle. She's running a lot of projects, agriculture-based project. I'm requesting her to present her speech. Faisla.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath. First of all, I would like to thank you and your team for choosing me among all the other eminent speakers here. Actually, my journey started as a IT engineer, and then நோயற்ற வாழ்வே குறைவற்ற செல்வம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு புரிதல் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் வந்து அந்த தேடலே ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு. ஏன்னா ஹெல்த் இஸ் வெல்த், ஏன்னோ ஸோ நம்ம மற்ற எல்லா எக்கானமி பத்தி பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து நமக்கு அந்த நோயற்ற வாழ்வே குறைவற்ற செல்வம்ன்ற புரிதல் எல்லாருக்குமே இருந்ததுன்னா ஐ திங்க் த எக்கானமி வில் இம்ப்ரூவ். ஸோ நான் வந்து மெயினாக வந்து நம்மளோட கண்ட்ரிஸ் எக்கானமி டிபெண்ட்ஸ் more on the rural economy. So Adanala, I moved into a small village in the Western Ghats, and I'm focusing more on the reverse migration. So I work a lot with tribal people and small farmers. We try to train them on basic livelihood like value addition, and basically Nanga irukra area vanda it's coffee, predominantly coffee is grown. So coffee grows in shade, and the shade tree used there is jackfruit. So jackfruit எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா value addition like almost 150 products பண்ணலாம். So we are trying to train all these small farmers and the tribal women on value addition with the jackfruit and also with banana. Banana patiyum பேசிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. It's a very healthy food, and we grow Virpakshi, which has got GI certification. And so we also work on sustainable agricultural model. So வெறும் farming மட்டும் பண்ணாம farming related what else can we do? ஒரு farmerக்கு வேற என்ன additional revenue create பண்ணலாம்? அந்த மாதிரி we started thinking about other avenues, and we got into agro-based tourism as well. So by which we are creating more jobs in the rural area. And not just the farming side, we also work with a lot of school children and the college kids, trying to encourage people to establish their own kitchen garden. So include a vision or mission vanda actually to have a kitchen garden at every single home. So if you have to build a healthy society, then obviously they need to either grow their food or at least know their food source. So Adanalada, we also are working on another project that's called Project in Solamudeda. It's a movement. We want to start a movement called Family Farmer. Every family right now, they have a family doctor. And I think doctors should be consulted or visited only as a preventive care. So we want to encourage people to adopt a farmer and have a farmer in their family. So if one farmer is being adopted by like say 50 families, and the farmer death or suicides, the farmer will be able to lead a self-sustained life when he is very sure about the market where he can sell his produce. So he doesn't have to depend on traders or the mandis because they'll be directly selling. So small farmers thrive ananganale. I think the rural economy will improve, and ஸோ மெயினாக வந்து எங்களுக்கு அந்த ஃபேமிலி ஃபார்மன்ற மூவ்மெண்ட்டை வந்து பூஸ்ட் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்ருக்குறோம். ஸோ வி ஆர் ட்ரைங் டு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் த சில்ட்ரன் பேசிக்லி into farming practices and healthy lifestyle. You know, instead of going in for like pizza, burger, and all that, it's okay to have other food as well. But you should not deviate so much from your cultural roots or your traditional food and things like that. So we're trying to expose, and it's more like reintroducing our own roots to the children because they're all like growing up in the urban area, and hardly the kids have visited villages anymore. You know, when we grew up, every holiday we spent it at our grandma's village. And now even the grandparents have moved into urban area. So the children don't have the opportunity to visit a village. So through our agro-based tourism, we're bringing in people, children mostly into the village area, getting them introduced to farming and healthy lifestyle. ஒரு இயற்கை ஒன்றிய வாழ்வியல் அறிமுகப்படுத்தணும், எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்க்கை அண்ட் ஆரோக்கியமான உணவு இதெல்லாம் அறிமுகப்படுத்தணும் அப்படின்றதான் எங்களோட மெயின் ஜேர்னி. ஸோ ஐ வுட் ரியலி லவ் டு தேங்க் Dr. V.R.S. Sampath for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Priya. You've given your experience and you are doing a lot of service after enjoying American lifestyle. You didn't like for USA and you came back and you are doing a lot of service to our local people. Thank you once again for your good word through this speech. I am requesting Mr. Dr. M. Muthuvelu, our Madras Development Society Secretary, as well as part-time member of the Tamil Nadu Official Language Commission and former professor of Tamil in Presidency College, to say a vote of thanks. Before vote of thanks, I want to request you, all the participants, to wait for dance program of Divya Kasturi from London. And also, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, our session will start. The program sheet will be there for in our website and other places. You can see it. The wonderful and also international speakers from Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, presenting a paper, including Muscat, presenting a paper tomorrow. All the participants today, please attend tomorrow morning also. I'm requesting Mr. Dr. Muthuvel to present his vote of thanks. Muthuvel? Muthuvel? இருக்காரா?
இருக்கார்.
பேசலாம்.
அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். உலக பொருளாதார உச்சி மாநாடும் 7வது உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாடும் இணையவெளியிலே இன்றைக்கு அதனுடைய தொடக்க விழாவும் முதல் அமர்வும் சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. முதற்கண் இந்த தொடக்க விழாவிலும் கருத்தரங்கிலும் பங்கேற்ற அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஒவ்வொருவரும் பேசிய முடித்த பின்பும் எங்கள் சென்னை வளர்ச்சிக் கழகத்தின் தலைவரும் இந்த மாநாட்டின் ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளருமான டாக்டர் V.R.S. சம்பத் அவர்கள் தனக்கே உரிய இயல்பான நடையில், இனிய மொழியில், யதார்த்தமான உரையில் தன்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்து விட்டார். இருந்தாலும் ஒரு மரபு கருதி இதுவரையில் ஏறக்குறைய 4 மணி நேரத்திற்கும் கூடுதலாக இந்த கருத்தரங்களை கலந்து கொண்ட ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் நன்றி சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்பது நம்முடைய தமிழர் மரபு, தமிழருடைய பண்பாடு. எனவே அதனுடைய அடையாளமாக இந்த நன்றி உரையை நான் மிக குறுகிய நேரத்திலே நிறைவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த மாநாட்டை தொடங்கி வைத்து உரையாற்றிய நம்முடைய புதுச்சேரி முதல்வர் மாண்புமிகு வீராசாமி ஐயா அவர்கள் மிக அருமையான உரையாற்றினார்கள். 2018 நடைபெற்ற 5வது மாநாட்டிற்கு பின்பு இதுதான் இந்த மாநாட்டிலே கலந்து கொள்ளுகிற எல்லோருக்கும் மகிழ்ச்சி. குறிப்பாக மாநாட்டை நடத்துகின்ற நிர்வாகிகளுக்கும் ஒரு மகிழ்ச்சியான செய்தியை சொன்னார்கள். 2012 5வது உலகத்தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாடு பாண்டிச்சேரியிலே சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றதற்கு பின்பு பாண்டிச்சேரி அரசுக்கு வந்து சேர்ந்த முதலீடுகள் குறித்து அவர் தெரிவித்தார். எனவே அந்த மாநாட்டின் வெற்றியை நாங்கள் அதை வெற்றியாக கருதுகிறோம். மாநாட்டினுடைய பயனாக, விளைவாக, அதனுடைய வெளிப்பாடாக அவர் மனந்திறந்து தெரிவித்தமைக்காக அவருக்கு நாங்களுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். பாண்டிச்சேரி முதலீட்டாளர்களை ஈர்ப்பதற்கான அத்தனை வாய்ப்பு நலன்களையும் வழங்கி வருவதையும் அவர் சிறப்பாக குறிப்பிட்டார். இங்கே அவர் அடுத்தபடியாக நம்முடைய சிறப்புரை ஆற்றிய கயானா நாட்டின் மேனாள் தலைமை அமைச்சர், பிரதம அமைச்சர் மோசஸ் வீராசாமி நாகமுத்து அவர்களுக்கு நாம் நன்றி சொல்ல வேண்டும். Because on behalf of the organizing committee of this conference, I thank Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu for his august presence and his listening to the papers. I'm able to see his face till for the he has been there for the last 4 hours without any break. So my sincere thanks to him for his wonderful speech, because he declared and he invited, he appealed to the Tamil community. The Tamil community should work for the inter-religion across the race, and we should break all the walls, barriers which will curtail the progress of Tamil community. So we thank you, sir, for your illustrious presentation and speech. Next, I would like to thank Paramasivam Pillai Vayyabari, former President of Mauritius. He had been with us for the last 3 conferences, and we are very happy to have him for this conference. And so he started with the quote that உலக மொழிகளிலே தமிழ்தான் மூத்த மொழி. இந்த தமிழ் மொழியின் பண்பாட்டை உலகறிய செய்வது தமிழர் ஒவ்வொருவரின் கடமை என்று சொன்னார். It is bounden duty of every Tamilian to propagate the greatness and glory of Tamil culture என்று தன்னுடைய உரையை தொடங்கி மொரீஷியஸ் நாட்டிலே இருக்கிற முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்கு அந்த நாடு வழங்கி இருக்கிற வாய்ப்புகளையும், இந்திய ஐரோப்பிய யூனியனில் இடைபெற்றிருக்கிற அந்த நாடு உலக வரைபடத்திலே அதனுடைய முக்கியமான இடத்தை அது பெற்றிருப்பதையும் சுட்டிக்காட்டி மிக அருமையான உரையை நிகழ்த்தினார். எனவே on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank Dr. Paramasivam Pillai Vayyabari for his presentation. அடுத்ததாக நம்முடைய விஐடி வேந்தர் விஸ்வநாதன் ஐயா அவர்கள் மிக அருமையான ஒரு பொருளாதார அறிக்கையை இங்கு வாசித்து விட்டார். ஒரு அருமையான கருத்தை சொன்னார். 196 நாடுகளில் ஒவ்வொரு நாடும் தன்னுடைய படை வலிமையையும் படைக்காகவும் செலவு செய்கிற தொகையில் 10 விழுக்காட்டு தொகையை செலவு செய்தால் உலகத்தில் இருக்கிற வறுமையை ஓட்டிவிடலாம். உலகத்திலே வறுமையை வாடுகிற மக்களுக்கு உணவிடுவதற்கு, படையை பெருக்குவதற்கு, இராணுவத்திற்கு இந்த நாடுகள் செலவு செய்கிற தொகையிலே ஒரு 10 விழுக்காடு செலவு செய்தால் போதும் என்று அவர் சொன்ன கருத்து மிகவும் அருமையான கருத்து. தமிழ் இயக்கத்தின் தலைவராக இருக்கிறவர் எத்தனை நாடுகளிலே தமிழர் வாழ்கிறார்கள் என்கிற செய்தியை சொன்னார். அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய மாநாட்டு குழுவின் சார்பாக நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்தபடியாக நம்முடைய செய்தியை வாழ்த்து செய்தியை அனுப்பியிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்திய அரசின் இந்திய குடியரசுத் தலைவரின் அலுவலகத்திலிருந்து வந்திருந்த வாழ்த்து செய்தியையும், புதுச்சேரி நம்முடைய ஆளுநர் அவருடைய அலுவலகத்தில் வந்த வாழ்த்து செய்தியும் படித்த பிரேம் ராஜகுமாரி அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. அதை போலவே தமிழகத்தினுடைய சட்டமன்றத்தின் எதிர்கட்சி தலைவர் மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் அனுப்பியிருந்த அன்பு நிறைந்த நம்முடைய ஊக்கம் தருகிற ஒரு வாழ்த்து செய்தியை வழங்கினார்கள். அவருக்கும் நன்றி. அந்த வாழ்த்து செய்தியை வளமார்ந்த தமிழில் வாசித்து அளித்த வழக்கறிஞர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நீதியரசர் விமலா அவர்கள் மிக அருமையான உரையேற்றினார்கள். அந்த சஸ்டைனபிள் குறைத்து என்கிற வளர்ந்து வருகிற அந்த ஐநா சபை வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற அந்த 17 குறிப்புகளிலே ஒவ்வொன்றையும் சொல்லி வறுமை ஒழிய வேண்டும், கல்வி வளர வேண்டும், சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதுகாக்கப்பட வேண்டும்ங்கிற அவருடைய கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் அருமையாக சொன்னார்கள். அவருக்கும் நாம் நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நம்முடைய இப்பொழுது சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக இருக்கிற, தமிழ்நாடு அரசு பணியாளர் தேர்வாணையத்தின் தலைவராக இருந்த, தமிழ்நாடு காவல் படை கல்லூரியின் முதல்வராக இருந்த, சென்னை மாநகராட்சியின் ஆணையராக இருந்த அத்தனைக்கும் சிறப்புடைய நடராஜ் அவர்கள் மிக அருமையாக கார்ப்பரேட் சோசியல் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி என்று நிறுவனத்தின் கார்ப்பரேட் நிறுவனத்துடைய சமுதாய கடமையெல்லாம் மிக அருமையாக விளக்கினார்கள். அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்து தமிழ்நாடு அரசினுடைய பொருளாதார முதலீட்டு வாய்ப்புகளுடைய அந்த நிறுவனத்தின் தலைவராக இருக்கிற இந்திய ஆட்சி பணி அலுவலர் நீரஜ் மிட்டல் அவர்கள் மிக அருமையான உரையை அவருடைய பதிவு செய்யப்பட்ட உரை இங்கே வாசிக்கப்பட்டது. அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். ஒரு அருமையான செய்தியை சொன்னார். தமிழக மக்கள் தொகையிலே 40 விழுக்காடு மக்கள் தொகையை உடைய உழவர்கள், வேளாண் குடிமக்கள் 11 விழுக்காடு பொருளாதார முன்னேற்றத்திற்காக அவர்கள் பங்களிப்பை செய்கிறார்கள் என்று அவர் சொன்னார். அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்தது நம்முடைய ஸ்ரீதரன் மதுசூதனன் என்கிற இந்திய அயல் நாட்டு பணியில் இருக்கிற அலுவலர் மிக அருமையான அவருடைய உரை எனக்கு ரொம்பவும் நெருக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தி விட்டது. செல்வத்து செல்வம் செவிச்செல்வம் என்று அவர் சொல்லி தொடங்கிய அந்த உரை வள்ளுவனை வான்புகழ் வள்ளுவனை நம்முடைய நெஞ்சங்களெல்லாம் நிறுத்தி விட்டார். அவருடைய இந்தியா எத்தனை 160 திட்டங்களிலே 660 திட்டங்களை இந்தியா எப்படியெல்லாம் அயல் நாடுகளில் தொழில் தொடங்குகிற இந்திய முதலீட்டாளர்களுக்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு உதவி செய்கிறது என்பதை மிக அருமையாக அவர் எடுத்துரைத்தார். அந்த நாடுகளுக்கு தேவையானவற்றை நாம் வழங்குகிறோம் என்று அவர் சொன்னது மிகவும் சிறப்பாக இருந்தது. அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றி. அடுத்து எப்பொழுதும் நம்முடைய மாநாடு என்றால், கருத்தரங்கு என்றால் அதிலே மிக தனக்கென்ற ஒரு தனி முத்திரை பதிக்கின்ற பேச்சாளர் நம்முடைய சீதாராமன் ஐயா அவர்கள். அவர் இந்த முறை மிக இந்த கொரோனா கொடுமை தொற்று நோய் நாளுடைய இதற்கு பின்பு இந்த டிஜிட்டல் இணையவழி என்பது எத்தனை விதமான ஆக்கப்பூர்வமான பணிகளுக்கு நம்மளுக்கு வழிவகுத்து இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லி அது சேஞ்சிங் டைனமிசம் அண்ட் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் ஆஃப் போஸ்ட் கோவிட் என்கிற தலைப்பிலே நம்ம எல்லாம் கொரோனாவிலே முடங்கி கிடக்கிற உலக மக்கள், உலக பொருளாதார வல்லுநர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் ஒரு ஊக்கம் தருகிற உத்வேகம் தருகிற ஒரு மிகச்சிறந்த உரையை சொன்னார். அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் எப்பொழுதும் அவர் சொல்லுவதை போல அவருடைய உள்ளத்திலே அடிமன ஆழத்திலே அவருக்கு இயல்பாக ஊறிக்கொண்டிருக்கிற அந்த தமிழ் அறம் சார்ந்த கருத்துக்களை சொல்லி காந்தியடிகள் சொன்ன அந்த 7 பாவங்களை சுட்டி காட்டி அவற்றை நீக்க வேண்டும் என்று அவர் சொன்னது மிகவும் சிறப்பாக இருந்தது. அடுத்தது டாக்டர் லலிதா குமாரமங்கலம் அவர்களும் நம்முடைய இந்திய அரசினுடைய முன்னாள் தேசிய மகளிர் ஆணைய தலைவர், தமிழகத்தினுடைய உணவை உலகத்திற்கு எடுத்துச் செல்ல வேண்டும், தமிழகருடைய வாழ்க்கையிலே இன்னும் செம்மையாக அமைய வேண்டும் என்பதற்கு பல்வேறு வழிகளை அவர் எடுத்துச் சொன்னார். அவருக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். ஸ்ரீபிரியா வர்தேஷ் அவர்கள் மிக குறைந்த நேரம் பேசினாலும் வேளாண் குடிமக்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை செம்மை அடைவதற்கு ஒரு புதிய வழிமுறையை அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிறார். இது ரொம்ப குறிப்பிடத்தகுந்தது. எப்படி ஒரு குடும்பத்திற்கு மருத்துவர்கள் இருப்பதை போல 50 குடும்பங்கள் 60 குடும்பங்கள் சேர்ந்து ஒரு உழவரை, ஒரு விவசாயியை தத்தெடுத்து விட்டால் அந்த 50 குடும்பங்களுக்கும் தேவையான உணவை தயாரிக்கிற பணியை அந்த விவசாயி செய்வானால் அவர் வாழ்க்கையில வறுமையே இல்லை. இவர்கள் தேவையான காய்கறிகள், இவர்கள் தேவையான தானியங்கள் எல்லாவற்றையும் அந்த விவசாயி கொடுப்பானேனால் அவனுக்கு வறுமை இல்லை, பட்டினி சாவு இருக்காது என்கிற ஒரு புதிய திட்டத்தை அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிறார். இது மிகவும் அரிய திட்டம். இட் இஸ் ஒன்லி இன்னோவேட்டிவ் ஸ்கீம் என்று நான் சொல்லுவேன். இதுதான் புத்தாக்கம், இட்ஸ் எமர்ஜிங் ஸ்கீம் என்று நான் சொல்லுகிறேன் என்று நான் கருத நினைக்கிறேன். அவருக்கு என் பாராட்டுகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நிகழ்ச்சியின் தொடக்கமாக கலை நிகழ்ச்சிகளை வழங்கிய அந்த குழுவினருக்கும் இனிமேல் கலை நிகழ்ச்சிகளை வழங்க போற குழுவினருக்கும் என்னுடைய மாநாட்டு குழுவின் சார்பாக நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த நன்றி நவிழ்கிற நல்ல வாய்ப்பை நல்கிய சென்னை வளர்ச்சி கழகத்தின் தலைவரும் இந்த மாநாட்டின் ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளரும் எப்பொழுதும் இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற எல்லோரும் நம்முடைய ஐயா மகாலிங்கம் ஐயா அவர்கள், அதாவது அவருடைய தலைவர், அவருடைய தலைமை உரையிலே மிக அருமையாக சொன்னார்கள். ஏனென்றால் 3 நாளும் நம்மோடு இருக்க போகிற அந்த மகாலிங்கம் ஐயா அவர்கள் மிக அருமையாக நம்முடைய சம்பத் ஐயா அவர்களை பற்றி ஒரு அருமையான அறிமுகத்தை, எல்லோருக்கும் அவருடைய சிறப்பு இயல்புகளை, அவர் ஆற்றிய பணிகளை, அவருடைய எல்லா விதமான வெளிப்பாடையும் எடுத்து கொடுத்தார்கள். எனவே இந்த முறை இந்த மாநாட்டுக்கு தலைமை ஏற்று இந்த தலைமை உரையை வழங்கிய எங்கள் அன்பிற்கு உரைய மாநாட்டு தலைவர், இன்றைக்கு தலைமை உரை ஆற்றிய மகாலிங்கம் அவர்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். எனவே மகாலிங்கம் ஐயா அவர்களுக்கும் சம்பத் ஐயா அவர்களுக்கும் நான் நன்றியை நிறைவாக சொல்ல வேண்டியது என்னவென்றால், இவர்கள் இருவரும் இருந்துதான் இந்த 3 நாள் மாநாட்டு நிகழ்வுகளை ஒருங்கிணைத்து அவற்றை வழிநடத்தி செல்ல இருக்கிறார்கள். எனவே அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நெஞ்சம் நிறைந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்து வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி டாக்டர் முத்துவேல் அவர்களே. அடுத்து நம்ம ரொம்ப ஒரு அருமையான நன்றி உரை ஆற்றினீர்கள். அனைத்து விவரங்களையும் ஒருங்கிணைத்து தமிழ்ல சரியா பேசல யாரும் நினைச்சுட்டே இருந்தேன். நீங்க தமிழ்ல சொன்னது நல்லதா நாட்டுக்காரர்கள் சந்தோஷப்படுவார்கள். அந்த வகையில நான் ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அடுத்து இப்போ நம்ம இவங்க டான்ஸ் பார்க்க போறோம். ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ண போறேன், கொஞ்சம் பொறுமையா இருந்தது பாருங்க.
I have chosen to present two very special numbers that are close to my heart. The first one is the immensely popular Marendra Parkum, but we've tried to look at it from a classical Bharatanatyam perspective, and we've tried to expand that as well. Thanks to my collaborator, musician Shri S.R. Veera Raghavan, for putting together all the conceptualizations that we had sort of discussed. And that will be followed by a medley of compositions by Kannadasan based on Nila. The Nila பாடல்கள் எக்கச்சக்கமா இருந்தது. ஸோ எங்களுக்கு அது எதை விடுறது எதை சூஸ் பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியவே இல்லை. ஸோ we had a tough time trying to zero in on a particular rainbow of compositions which we've put together as a medley. And again, I've tried to look at it from a very Abhinaya-oriented perspective from the classical Bharatanatyam view. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you once again to the conference team, and especially my gratitude to VRS Sampath sir for giving this opportunity to be able to present an excerpt from Oranal Podama to all of you. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
शरवण भव ओम शरवण भव ओम शरवण भव ओम शरवण भव शरवण भव ओम शरवण भव ओम शरवण भव अनंत आनंत आनंत तनंतं तनंत अनंत तानंतं तं तता नुम तत्तानुम ततानुम तुम तता आनुम ततानुम तत्तानुम त तानुम तुम तत्तानुम 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 तत्ता தனம் தொம் தனம் தா நொம் தனம் 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 தொம் தனம் தா நொம் த நொம் த நொம் த ஆனம் தனம் தா
தக்கது ததத்திரகிருதம் தத்த கிட்ட தக்க தக்க ஜொன்னு தக்கதின் தத்தரி ததன்ன தத்தரி ததன்ன தத்தரி ததன்ன தருகிடுதருகிடுதாம் தக்க திமி தக்க ஜொன்னு தருகிடுதருகிடுதாம் தருகிடுதருகிடுதாம் தருகிடுதாம் தருகிடுதீம் தாம் தீம் தாம் தரி தக்க ஜொன்னு ததி தக்கிட்ட தரி தன ஜொன்னு திமி தரி தன ஜொன்னு திமி கருதக தருகிடரா தி கி ந தொங்குர தி கி ந தொம் கருதக தருகிடராம்
சுவாமி மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன அழகர் மலையழகா இந்த சிலையழகா என்று மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன அழகர் மலையழகா இந்த சிலையழகா என்று மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன நவரசமும்
Hey.
முகத்தில் நவரசமும் மலர்ந்திருக்கும் முகத்தில் நவரசமும் செக்கச் சிவந்திருக்கும் இதழில் கனிரசமும் முகத்தில் நவரசமும் மலர்ந்திருக்கும் முகத்தில் நவரசமும் செக்கச் சிவந்திருக்கும் இதழில் கனிரசமும் கண்டு மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன அழகர் மலையழகா இந்த சிலையழகா என்று மறைந்திருந்தே பார்க்கும் மர்மம் என்ன மானாட மலராட மதியாட நதியாட மங்கை இவள் நடனமாட மானாட மலராட மதியாட நதியாட மங்கை இவள் நடனமாட வானாட மண்ணாட கொடியாட இடையாட வஞ்சி இவள் கைகளாட வானாட மண்ணாட கொடியாட இடையாட வஞ்சி இவள் கைகள் ஆட சுவையோடு நானாட எனை நாடி இருவேளை இரவினில் துணையாக ஓடி வருவாய் தூயனே மாலவா மாயனே வேலவா எனையாடும் சண்முகாவா ஓம் சரவண பவ ஓம் சரவண பவ ஓம் சரவண பவ சரவண பவ ஓம் 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 சரவண பவ சரவண பவ சரவண பவ சரவண பவ ஆசையில் நெஞ்சம் துடிக்கட்டுமே அங்கு அச்சமும் கொஞ்சம் இருக்கட்டுமே நாடகம் முழுவதும் நடக்கட்டுமே அதில் ஞானமும் கொஞ்சம் பிறக்கட்டுமே
Just wait for 2 to 3 minutes.
நடக்கட்டுமே அதில் ஞானமும் கொஞ்சம் பிறக்கட்டுமே இரவும் நிலவும் வளரட்டுமே நம் இனிமை நினைவுகள் தொடரட்டுமே இரவும் நிலவும் வளரட்டுமே என் வானிலே ஒரே வெண்ணிலா என் வானிலே ஒரே வெண்ணிலா காதல் மேகங்கள் கவிதை தாரகை ஊர்வலம் ஒரே நிலா 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 அல்ல உன்வாலிபம் நிலா 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 அல்ல வாலிபம் நிலா நிலா எனும் நிலா தேவியில் நிலா நிலா எனும் நிலா தேவியில் நிலா நீ இல்லாத நாளெல்லாம் நான் தேய்ந்த வெண்ணிலா என்னிடம் நெருங்காது நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை என்னிடம் மயங்காதே நீ மயங்கும் வகையில் நான் இல்லை நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில்
Thank you, the great artist, dancer, engineer, Divya Kasturi, Kalaimamani Divya Kasturi. You performed very, very, very well. The wonderful program. Everybody is telling, every time you are telling wonderful. Not like that. Really, really, very excellent program. Very interesting program. People enjoyed, everyone. They sent a message, many people. Yeah, because I know you from 1995. You grow and grow and grow. a very big level. In London, you established a school and you were teaching a dance, coming to Chennai often and performing also. You are supporting our conference time to time. Thank you. Thank you. All the participants and speakers enjoyed our dance performance. I thought, because I saw your first performance in, what is that, in Mylapore. So, you're going to have a 2 hours program. Every Kannadasan songs, you done a wonderful performance. You selected only 21 minutes and performed here. I am very much thankful to you on behalf of entire audience and participants. I am appreciating your talent and performance. Thank you. And also, I am எல்லா இங்கே கலந்து கொண்ட அனைத்து பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ், அதாவது டெலிகேட்ஸ், ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. நாளை காலையில் நீங்க இந்த அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் போதாது, ஏன்னா இந்த 3 நாளைக்கு இருக்கு. நீங்க அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணா யூ ஹேவ் டு டெல் எவ்ரி ஒன் டு பார்ட்டிசிபேட். கஷ்டம் தான் 5 மணி நேரம் உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறது. இருந்தாலும் யூ ஹேவ் டு ப்ரெஷரைஸ் த பீப்புள் த ஒன்ஸ் இன் இயர் அவர் ஷோ. வி ஹேவ் டு ஷோ அவர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ், அவர் ஷோ அவர் ஸ்ட்ரென்த். அதனால எல்லா பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸுமே உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் வெல்விஷர்ஸ் கிட்ட சொல்லி இன்னும் நிறைய பேர் பார்க்குறீங்க. ஏன்னா வருஷ கடைசின்றதுனால நிறைய பேர் பல்வேறு ஜூம் மீட்டிங் நடத்துறாங்க, பல்வேறு டான்ஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம் நடக்குது. சென்னையில எடுத்துட்டீங்களா ஆன்லைன் ப்ரோக்ராம் இருக்குது. அதை மீறி நமக்கு வரணும், அதை வர வைக்கணும். அது உங்க எல்லாரும் கையில இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நல்ல அருமையான பேச்சாளர்கள் நீங்க பேச்சு எல்லாரும் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஒவ்வொரு பேச்சு கூட மோசம் சொல்றதுக்கோ சாதாரண சொல்றதுக்கோ இல்லை. எல்லாருடைய ஸ்பீச்சஸுமே ரொம்ப பிரமாதமா இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ நாளைக்கு அதே மாதிரி இருக்க போகுது. நாளைக்கு நல்ல அருமையான பேச்சாளர்களாக பேசுறாங்க. ஸோ மார்னிங், டுமாரோ மார்னிங் 10 o'clock sharp, we will all meet the same Zoom. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to say anything, Mr. Mahalingam, you want to tell anything about the dance?
Oh, it was an excellent performance, Dr. Sampath. In fact, we as diplomats, we keep seeing Indian dances more outside India than India. And she has really given a wonderful performance. And I'm sure that, she may be a higher grade than the ICCR accredited artist. I think she should get in touch with ICCR, at this stage, so she can perform in festivals of India and other things, other such great festivals. And I wish her all the very best.
I am requesting Bhagyalakshmi Venu. Do you want to say from Saudi Arabia anything about this dance? Bhagyalakshmi, you are there in the line or not? Bhagyalakshmi, I am requesting Dr. Shanmugaraj from London. Shanmugaraj, you are there? And Dr. Rajamani, the popular TV producer.
Oh,
yes. Tell about this. Divya Kasuri, you know very well.
Actually, it is very nice presentations. Very nicely done. The choreography is excellent. Music also excellent. And the first time I am seeing the dance with all the movie songs. It's very good.
Yes.
And one more thing, just now our Honorable Mahalingam sir told her she has to go and speak to the ICCR. That our side is Trivandrum and Madras ICCR. I think Mahalingam sir knows Mr. INR. And then I can speak to him tomorrow also because I know him. He was in Malaysia and I can connect to her also. It's a very good performance, excellent performance. And especially for Marindirinde Parka Marmam Enna. That song he really did very well.
Yes. Thank you. I am requesting Dr. Justice Vimala. Madam, you are there? Madam, I am requesting Mr. Parthiban Shanmugam from UK, USA. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I am closing the session. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock will be. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Divya Kasturi? You want to say anything?
Nothing, sir. I just wanted to thank you for making me part of this conference consecutively for very many years in various capacities. You've requested me to talk on dance and technology. You've requested me to Master of Ceremony, the conference in Durban. You've requested me to perform. So I'm really thankful for you for having encouraged artists like myself, and I'm indebted to you. Thank you so much. And thank you, sir, Mahalingam sir and Dr. N.C. Rajamani sir. I will definitely get in touch with you all, and we'll see where we can go from here. But thank you for watching, all of you. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, yes. Thank you, one and all.